ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. My name is Anne de Meester, I'm the director of the Kunsthaus, and I cannot express how happy Annette Bagwati, the director of the Rietberg Museum, and Denise Tonella, the director of the Landesmuseum, are that you are here live and online in such great numbers. We're delighted to see you today, because in the upcoming days you'll be joining us in our respective houses over 3 venues in Zurich for a conference that aims at exploring the myriad of ways that museums across the globe deal with the research, presentation, mediation, display of sensitive, problematic, or contested cultural heritage, objects, narratives, histories. We especially, I think as directors with our respective teams, look forward to listen and learn. For us, you are the inspiration as an audience, but also our speakers today. So we hope to carry that on in the future. But before we formally introduce ourselves, the 3 of us and our respective institutions and the goals of this conference, I'd gladly ask our mayor, Corinne Mauch, who will welcome you on behalf of the city of Zurich, where this conference takes place. Corinne, may I ask you to take the stage?
Dear Karin Bachmann, Director of the Federal Office of Culture, dear Anne de Meester, dear Denise Tonella, dear Annette Bagwati, dear Alexis Schwarzenbach, dear contributors and conference participants, dear guests. I am very pleased to welcome you today on behalf of the City of Zurich to the opening of the international conference titled Sensitive, Problematic, Contested Challenges and Opportunities in Dealing with Cultural Heritage in Museums. How do we engage with our cultural heritage? How do we deal with the heritage of others, which has arrived through multiple, often labyrinthine paths and many actors? What does cultural heritage mean in a city of 440,000 residents, where people from 170 different nations live together and 32% of the population do not hold a Swiss passport? These are pressing questions for each of us as individuals and for us as a civil society. Engaging with cultural heritage means becoming aware of the intellectual, material, and artistic wealth that has developed over centuries, both locally and through exchanges with others. A heritage that defines a place, a city, a country, a heritage that shapes identity and invites us to interrogate ourselves, our past, present, and future. But engaging with cultural heritage also means turning to the other side, the problematic, conflict-ridden histories that are tied to it. These are stories of loss and violence, injustice and humiliation, colonialism and exclusion. These too are part of our cultural heritage. They are inscribed in materials, spaces, and traditions. Cultural heritage dues. No, once again, cultural heritage dues. It is this other side that will be the primary focus of this conference. Museums are regarded as the guardians of cultural heritage like few other institutions. It is no coincidence then that they are the center of this discussion here in Zurich as well. With a total of 55 museums covering art, history, design, ethnology, natural sciences, and much more, Zurich boasts an exceptionally diverse museum landscape. All of them face the same questions and are developing strategies and new approaches. However, dialogue across disciplinary and institutional boundaries is far too rare. That is why I'm particularly pleased to welcome you to an event where this very dialogue is at the forefront. This is the first conference organized jointly across the city by the National Museum, the Rietberg Museum, and the Kunsthaus Zürich. For the first time, national and international museums from a wide range of disciplines share their practices and experiences and discuss current approaches. The excitement for this conference has been palpable even in the lead-up to today. I would like to thank the three institutions, their directors, which you will get to know shortly, and their teams for the initiative and the thoughtful organization of these 3 days. A heartfelt thanks to you all the contributors and participants for sharing your ideas and experiences with us. A special thanks also goes to Alexis Schwarzenbach and the Zürcher Seidenindustriegesellschaft, whose generous support has made this conference possible. And to all of you, our guests, thank you for your keen interest. I wish you and everyone present animated discussions and inspiring 3 days. Thank you very much.
It might be a bit awkward that the three of us stand here together, but we really wanted to mark this moment. As Frau Ma has already mentioned, it might be very normal in other contexts that museums collaborate together. But this constellation for Zurich is quite unique, so we'll just bore you with our presence for a quite longer time on stage to explain why we're here. In the preparation of this conference, at least in the sort of the coulissen, in the background, there was one particular novel or book, or I wouldn't quite know how to describe it, that came quite often to the foreground, and that's the Letters to Camondo of artist and writer Edmund de Waal. Especially in the Kunsthaus, this book resonates with us. It's a haunting sequence of imagined letters to the Count de Camondo, the owner of a Parisian palace filled with beautiful objects turned into a memorial for his lost son. Count Maurice de Camondo was a Jewish collector and philanthropist who lived on the same street as the Familie de Fruzy, to whom Edmund de Waal was related. And in this book, de Waal stresses many things, but one of the things that resonated with us was that he mentioned that history is always happening. History is not the past, but it's a continuous unfolding of the moment. History unfolds in our hands. And in that book, he also refers to Jean-Marie, who in his turn has professed that sometimes a lack of clarity in historical matters is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily something negative. Clarity, according to Améry, would mean that a question or issue, a historical issue, is settled, dealt with, finished, that it can be stored or shelved in the historical archive. And he mentioned nothing is ever resolved or settled. No memory should ever become solely commemoration. And memory, reminiscences, and the objects or artifacts that carry those narratives or that carry those memories are our daily bread in museums or institutions, the institutions that you might work in. There was a time when, particularly when art museums made a strict separation between history and art history, set up a sort of Berlin Wall between the realm of art and history at large. And we're very happy that those days are long gone. And at the three museums that are here today, as facilitators, because we want to hear you and your stories, we currently have a unique constellation of 3 exhibitions that express our struggle, maybe, or the way we try to deal with those contested, problematic, and sensitive histories. There is the In Dialogue with Benin exhibition at the Rietberg, there is the Kolonial exhibition at the Landesmuseum, and there is the A Future for the Past exhibition around the collection of the Sammlung Stiftung Emil Bürle in the Kunsthaus. And I think you will recognize that those at the Kunsthaus, the discussion was maybe most obvious and most pointed, most scandalous, most heated and inflamed about the genesis of the Bürle collection in its entirety, and some works in particular in the collection whose provenance has not been entirely cleared. I already speak too long, but we agreed that I would briefly introduce the Kunsthaus and then give back the word to Denise and Annette, who will explain the histories of their institutions, as we are not sure that you're all familiar with our trajectories. The Kunsthaus, to be brief, is a trans-historical, what you would say in French, Musée des Beaux-Arts. Our collection is an art collection, very Western, Euro-American, ranging from the Middle Ages to the contemporary, with large constellations of groups of works around figures such as Giacometti, Marc Chagall, Ferdinand Hodler, the Impressionists, up to Pipi Lotterist and Walid Raad and Khalil Rabat. And as a museum, we aim to be both a picture palace where icons of art history are celebrated, where we rejoice in the beauty and maybe pleasure and consolation of art, but we also want to be a center of curiosity, where questions are asked, sometimes uncomfortable questions, with artists through artworks. And in the past 2 years, that quest to be a center of curiosity has very much focused on the representation and the display and the research of the collection Emil Bürle, a processual and dynamic process and exhibition that you might come to see. But to conclude, at the Kunsthaus, we believe that collective thinking is a boon, and that I am Belgian. In Belgium, one of the few things I can identify with is one of our mottos, l'union fait la force, and we think that our union should be a testimony to the fact that at this moment, as a foreigner, I think I can say that, Denise and Annette, things are moving and changing in Switzerland when it comes to the assessment and representation of histories that are connected to the country we live in. We believe that despite our very different typologies, being in art museums and historical museums, we have a lot in common in how we examine sensitive cultural heritage. And we hope that this conference will not only enlighten us in finding new ways, maybe we keep on stumbling, we keep on attempting, but we also hope that this will be the start of a collective process of sharing, not amongst the 3 of us, but with all of you in the room. So that's what I wish for us and for you in the coming 3 days, sharing, exchanging, dialogue, discussions, maybe also some conflict and dissensus, but all of that with the purpose of carrying on in the future. And on that note, I finally hand over the word to Denise.
Thank you very much, Anne, dear Mayor of the City of Zurich, dear Director of the Federal Office of Culture, dear guests, dear colleagues. It is really amazing for us to be here, and I really want to enhance it again. Anne has already told you, but it's really something special that we have the possibility to be here, the 3 museums today, and we deeply believe in the fact that together we can be stronger and we can have a really big impact. So, I too would like to really welcome you to this conference, a very important project for us, and I really hope that we all will go back home with many new ideas and many insights. The National Museum Zurich, the institution I have the chance to lead, is the largest museum of cultural history in Switzerland. It opened in 1898, and over the course of time, it became part of the present-day Swiss National Museum, which is comprised of not only the National Museum Zurich, which you will have the possibility to discover on Friday,
But he also has the 18th century Château de Prangin in the French part of Switzerland, the Forum of Swiss History in Schwyz, in central Switzerland, and the Collection Center in Affolter am Albis, which is about 40 minutes from here. The National Museum's collection is continually growing, and with over 870,000 objects dating from prehistoric times to the present day, as well as several millions photographs, it houses the largest stock of cultural and historical objects of Switzerland. Today, the Swiss National Museum is tasked with tackling the diverse identity and culture of Switzerland. It is a place where knowledge is exchanged, and it is a setting for meetings and discussions. Its range of on-site and digital facilities is aimed at a wide audience and offers a varied, multi-perspective view of Swiss history. And on the three museums that we have, or our three museums, address current cultural, historical, and social issues in their exhibitions, and so also topics about sensible cultural heritage. The aim is really, we work with history at the Swiss National Museum, and the aim is really to look back at the past and try to enable our audience to, so we hope, better understand the present-day world, broaden the way they view their own lives, and build a bridge into the future. In the past few years, we have tackled sensitive topics in Swiss history. The exhibition Colonial, Switzerland's Global Entanglements, which we will see on Friday, is part of this exploration of very challenging and politicized topics in our society. As well as Forced Fostering is an installation about state intervention in the lives of people who failed to conform to social standards, which was once common practice in Switzerland and affected hundreds of thousands of children and teenagers up to the 1980s. They were taken from their parents or other carers and placed in institutions or with foster families. So colonialisms, but also topics that really have to do with structures that have been present in Switzerland, are topics of sensitive cultural heritage that we are dealing with at the Swiss National Museum. And at the same time, we deal with discriminatory and racist terms in our database, and are getting more and more aware of how important it is to reflect on our own museum practice, and this is what we want to do with you all together these 3 days. So I will come back again to this microphone afterwards, so for now I just hand over to Annette. Thank you.
So, thank you, Denise. Thank you, Anne, dear Karin Bachmann, dear Corinne Mauch, dear contributors, dear guests, far and near. So it's also a great pleasure from my side and on behalf of the Museum Rietberg that I welcome everyone who is attending and interested in this very topic. A lot has been already said about this great pleasure and immense joy that we can engage in an exchange and dialogue across institutional, across disciplinary boundaries, and that we can do this together with you and in the next coming 3 days. Before introducing the main idea behind this conference, also the way it's structured and it's composed and it's conceived, also from my side, a few words about the Museum Rietberg. The Museum Rietberg is one of the largest art museums in Switzerland, with a special focus on the traditional and contemporary arts and art histories from Asia, Africa, the Americas, Oceania, and their diasporas. A large part of its collections are on public display in the permanent collections and the open storage. In addition to temporary exhibitions, activities include live arts event, conferences, international collaborations, and a rich and ever-increasing outreach and education program. Our practice as a museum, as you could gather from the nature of our collections, is essentially defined by its cultural and trans-traditional context. This is where the museum is situated in. Questions about how to approach cultural heritage include, of course, the celebration of artistry, of mastership, of the skill in which these incredible cultural artifacts and objects and artworks have been produced and enchant us today. At the same time, however, as Corinne Mauch has already said in her speech, to deal with this cultural heritage also means to deal and encounter and come across histories of loss, of violence, of injustice, of colonialism, and of the question of decolonization of art history and art histories. These are all themes that are central to our work. And amongst other activities that I've mentioned, it translates into two main areas of activities. The first is provenance research. This is led by our historian Esther Tise-Fancini, and a lot, particularly over the past few years, we have been very active in this field. And exhibitions like Pathways of Art, some of you might have come across it, or the collaborative project Benin Initiative Switzerland, together with Michaela Oberhofer and 8 other museums in Switzerland, have grown out of this intense research and exploration of the biographies of the works in our museums and digging into the archives. The other strand, very important in our case, is long-term collaborations with partners in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in Oceania, as well as with the communities and diasporas in Switzerland and elsewhere. They also are an integral part of our work. And increasingly, and to our great excitement, it also includes real sort of a changing practice, including co-curatorship, indigenous curatorial practices, as seen perhaps in exhibitions. Some of you, again, might have seen it this year, like exhibitions like More Than Gold, which was co-curated by members of the Arhuaco community of Colombia. Many of these themes and questions that I quickly touched upon will feature in the panels and in the contributions of this conference. And therefore, I couldn't be more excited and grateful for your interest and attendance, and I very, very much look forward to the coming 3 days. Now, as I said, having briefly introduced our museum, I have the lovely task to introduce you to the main ideas behind the program, the way this conference is being organized. You have all found the flyer and additional information when you entered the hall. And you can see, already gathered from the program, it's particularly varied and diverse, and it combines a multitude of different formats and moments of encounter. So let me briefly introduce you to why we created and conceived it in that very diverse way. Sensitive, problematic, contested, how do we address the cultural heritage preserved in our museums and collections? How do we engage with uncomfortable truths, with stories of these injustices, of loss, of violence that are inscribed in art, in objects, in archives? This is a very difficult and very complicated terrain where every approach already contains the seeds of the next question, where every answer raises new issues that need to be addressed. Many of these questions, however, only become apparent when thrown into sharp relief through action, through actually doing, through actually making. Of course, we are aware of how meaning changes, or we have an idea of it, how meaning changes and how things can be viewed from multiple and different perspectives. But what does it actually mean for curatorial practice? In the case of a work, for example, that is simultaneously, or can be regarded and is a sacred object, a spiritual being, or a symbol of colonial violence. How do we deal with traumata that only reveal their full dimension when we engage with objects directly, physically, on site? in the collections, in the archives? What does it mean to uncover stories that point to much more far-reaching historical and political contexts? How does this alter our practice? Does it change, for example, our ethical stance, our understanding of what we're actually dealing with, even the purpose and nature of the very institution we are working in? These are all questions that arise directly and at all levels of a museum. They affect research, they affect curation, they affect exhibition design, mediation, and they carry over into question of personnel, of finances, of language, of communication. In the search for answers, we're still at the beginning, groping, searching, trying things out, and accumulating, gathering experience as we act along. And this is precisely what inspired us to organize this conference. We want to create and invite everyone into a space for discussion and exchange of experiences. We would like to invite you to get to know each other, to talk about and discuss your practical work, to share insights and experience and to learn from each other. The focus on doing is reflected in the topics of the individual panels. You will see it. It's about displaying, curating, researching, preserving. A lecture performance on sound archives from colonial era illustrates the potential of artistic research as a very special method and a special way of knowing. In the World Café, which you also see in your program, which will happen tomorrow, will take place tomorrow at the Museum Rietberg, but also during the many breaks, there will be numerous opportunities to engage in conversation and discuss what has happened and exchange your ideas. On all 3 days of the conference, we invite you to take guided tours of the current exhibitions in the 3 museums. Anne has already mentioned them. Further, these are also for us as museums wonderful opportunities to also hear from you and learn from you. And if you see someone, you already see here the board, someone in the audience draw and sketch while you speak. Well-known artist Sylvie Müller is adding another perspective to our discussions. She will record the conference graphically. So we excitedly look forward to this additional and many-layered way of documenting our encounters. And with this, I'm happy to hand over to Denise, and thank you again for your attendance, and I'm very much looking forward to the next 3 days. Thank you.
Our introduction is coming to an end, but before we step down and try to be just facilitators and interact with you and speak about our practices, we want to thank. We are really delighted that our jointly conceived conference has met with so much interest and that we are able to welcome so many colleagues from Switzerland and from many other countries and different museum contexts to Zurich. Organizing a conference like this is a huge amount of work, and on behalf of my colleagues, Anne and Annette, I would like to say a big thank you to the core team who made this conference possible. They are Joachim Sieber and Joanna Gimborean from the Kunsthaus Zürich, Esther Tisa Francini from the Museum Rietberg, and Heidi Amrein from the Swiss National Museum. The operational center, I like to call it like this, really the operational center of the conference revolved around Kim Stengel, who deserves a big thank you for our great commitment. For her great commitment and huge coordination work. We would also like to thank our colleagues from the 3 communication departments, the colleagues who will be giving guided tours during these 3 days, and all those who will be responsible these 3 days for the technical and many other organizational matters. We are also most grateful to the Zürcherische Seidenindustriegesellschaft, the Zurich Silk Industry Society, for its generous and invaluable financial support. Finally, we would like to thank the designers who have made sure that the conference not only has content, but also a look and feel. Lena Huber and Severin Weber, and as Annette already mentioned, Sylvie Müller, who will illustrate the conference and give us a summary on Friday from her perspective as an illustrator. Before we dive to the topic of the conference, I would like to hand over to Kim Stengel, who will give you some important organizational information. And from our side, we really are excited that you have come. Thank you for your interest, and we are really curious to see what happens this 3-day and how enriching it will be. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, also from me. I promise I won't take too much of your time. I'll be quick. As the organizational center, as Denise called me, I'll just be here with a few details of organizational matters. Thank you again to Anne, Denise, and Annette for the introduction. And yeah, as we've already said, there are 3 days of this conference. It's very important that you all are aware that the 3 days are at the 3 different museums. So today we'll be here at the Kunsthaus, tomorrow we'll be at the Museum Rietberg, and Friday we'll be at the Swiss National Museums, just to make sure you all know not to come here tomorrow. We have 5 themed panels. They will be about curating, collecting, research, provenances, and modes of display. Each panel will consist of 3 to 4 presentations of very interesting case studies that I'm very much looking forward to, and I'm sure you are as well. At the end of the 3 to 4 presentations, all the speakers of this panel will sit on the stage together and have a discussion, and will also answer your questions. So make sure you have them ready. After I'm speaking right now, after an input from Karin Bachmann, there will be the first panel today. Then we will have a short break with coffee in the back here behind the curtain. And then we will also have the guided tours. You all have gotten a sticker. The tour groups are color coordinated, so make sure you're on the second floor upstairs in front of the Bürle collection during the right time for your group. And after the guided tours, we will all reconvene here for the very exciting lecture performance by Mele Yamomo. I've already gotten a taste of it during rehearsals, and I can promise it's going to be interesting. So, lastly, after the performance, please don't run away. We will get together outside in the foyer for an apéro where we can all mingle and talk to each other, and most importantly, of course, there will be food and drink. Now, I wish you all a very pleasant day, or a very pleasant 3 days. And I also want to say a warm welcome to the people watching live on our live stream. I hope it's working. And now I will leave you to it, and Denise will introduce our next speakers. Thank you.
It is with great pleasure that I now announce Karin Bachmann. She will give us an insight into the work of the Federal Office of Culture and the framework that exists in Switzerland to promote work with and research into sensitive cultural heritage. We are very, very thankful that you are here today, Karin. Karin Bachmann holds a master's degree in social psychology, film studies, and international law from the University of Zurich. In 2001, she was one of the co-founders of CIMERA, a development cooperation and conflict prevention organization active in the Caucasus and Central Asia, which she also headed until 2009. Karin Bachmann began working for the city of Geneva in 2009, becoming head of its cultural department in 2011, with particular responsibility for museums, libraries, and cultural promotion. She has been director of the Federal Office of Culture since February 2022. Dear Karin, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and partners from across the world, it's an honor and it's also an enormous pleasure to be here and to address my input at the occasion of this important international conference, sensitive, problematic, contested, challenges and opportunities in dealing with cultural heritage in museums. Hosted collaboratively by the Kunsthaus Zürich, the Museum Rietberg and the Swiss National Museum, this gathering reflects our shared commitment to addressing the complexities surrounding cultural heritage in today's museums. In recent years, the handling of cultural heritage has rightfully become a central topic of public and academic discourse. We are faced with the reality that past is not always comfortable or uncomplicated domain. It is layered, marked by violence, dispossession, and injustices that still echo into our present. Museum practices are therefore being re-evaluated, collections are being scrutinized, and object biographies re-examined in a new light. This process, however necessary, is fraught with challenges. Museums are required to address histories that are often painful or unresolved, to reassess their institutional legacies, and to confront gaps or biases in historical narratives. The provenance of some objects in museum collections, be it linked to Nazi art looting or to colonial exploitation, as well as to archaeological plundering, raise important moral, ethical, and legal questions. Furthermore, as provenance research continues to evolve, it is essential that we also re-examine and, when necessary, question previous findings. This commitment to continuous review and critical analysis ensures that our understanding of cultural heritage remains accurate and transparent as possible, but also, and that is very important to me, relevant and meaningful for the public, but also for the communities concerned. It calls for a reassessment of practices that may have been accepted for decades, but are no longer ethically sustainable in today's world. Furthermore, these challenges go beyond the domain of museums and require active involvement from government bodies as well. Addressing issues of provenance and restitution isn't solely the responsibility of cultural institutions, but it is a societal commitment, and that includes state oversight and support. Against this backdrop, how can a state and its institutions support museums in this critical work? This is a question we have reflected and worked upon deeply within the Swiss Confederation and the Federal Office of Culture. First and foremost, our commitment is long-standing and evolving. Since the establishment of the Bureau for Looted Art in 1998, we have invested in initiatives to assist museums in confronting these challenges head-on. Over the past several years, we have continued to expand our efforts, addressing critical issues in cultural heritage and ensuring resources to support museums in their work. Notably, the Federal Office of Culture has provided substantial financial aid dedicated to provenance research, enabling Swiss museums to conduct comprehensive investigation. This support encompasses a wide range of activities. First, we of course fund research into collections and relevant archival holdings. Additionally, we support an investigation of the historical context surrounding transactions, such as the conditions of sale or broader market dynamics, to fully understand the circumstances under which items have changed hands. Furthermore, the Federal Office of Culture promotes the communication and the contextualization of provenance findings, ensuring that the results are accessible and comprehensible, both for the public and the communities involved. Our support also extends newly to the search for heirs, to pursue fair and just solutions, honoring the rights of descendants and addressing historical injustices. And last but not least, to reach the highest standards of accuracy and transparency, we also facilitate now external reviews of existing provenance research findings, and we encourage cooperation among institutions for the shared advancement of knowledge and practices in this field. Since 2016, the Federal Office of Culture has spent 5.7 million Swiss francs on 72 projects. Initially focused on questions of Nazi-looted art, these projects have since broadened in scope to include archaeological and colonial issues, the latter of which is gaining significance with current development. Since the beginning, the funds are destined not only to public, but also to private museums in Switzerland. I think few countries provide such a consistent and comprehensive support for provenance research, enabling Switzerland to set a high standard. A key example of how the work of provenance research can be organized is certainly the Benin Initiative of Swiss Museums, also twice funded by the Federal Office of Culture, and which will be presented during this conference. The project focuses on researching the provenance of Benin bronzes in the collections of Swiss museums and and puts the importance on engaging in a dialogue on equal footing with Nigerian representatives. Such dialogues are crucial for fostering mutual understanding and exploring restitution possibilities. By supporting initiatives like this, the Federal Office of Culture empowers museums to address sensitive heritage collaboratively and responsibly, but not only. And I would like to cite what Anne Demister said. You are contributing with such initiatives to the unfolding of history in our hands and to make it also hit the present and to deploy its significance in today's world and today's communities. So last but not least, the Federal Office collaborates also closely with the Swiss Museum Association to support museums, and I would say especially smaller museums, in their capacity building efforts. This partnership includes support for the development of practical guides that address procedural and material questions related to sensitive heritage. These resources serve as valuable tools, enabling museums to navigate complex ethical and legal challenges independently while fostering a culture of best practices and shared knowledge. This wide range of activities reflects the great importance that is attached to the legally and responsible handling of cultural heritage. Nevertheless, our focus is not only on how to deal with cultural heritage, but also on how to counteract the global theft and looting of cultural property today. With the ratification of the UNESCO 1970 Convention and the implementation of the Federal Act on the International Transfer of Cultural Property, the Federal Office of Culture fights since 2005 also actively against illegal export and import of cultural property. This legislation, the Swiss legislation, aligns with international agreements and promotes ethical practices in the trade and exchange of cultural property. By enforcing these standards, we uphold Switzerland's strong commitment to preventing the illicit trafficking of cultural property and safeguarding cultural heritage on a global scale. It targets mainly plundered archaeological cultural property. In addition to this variety of activities, we are at present taking an important step, a step to institutionalize and further strengthen our approach. The establishment in Switzerland of an independent National Commission for Historically Burdened Cultural Heritage is currently under active debate in the Swiss Parliament. This initiative, promoted by the Swiss government, would represent a milestone in ensuring impartial and expert-led research and would issue non-binding recommendation on how to achieve fair and just solutions in disputed or controversial cases. The proposed National Commission underscores a growing recognition that dealing with sensitive heritage is not the sole responsibility of museums, but it's a societal obligation, and therefore also a state responsibility. By involving legal, historical, and cultural experts, the Commission would provide guidance and oversight, ensuring best practices that are upheld and that our action reflects, and this action would also reflect, Switzerland's commitments to human rights, and as a multicultural and multilingual country, also to cultural rights. We expect this commission to be established within the coming year. Ladies and gentlemen, while these tasks are daunting, they are not without opportunities. Museums today have the chance to redefine their roles. They are not mere repositories of objects, but are becoming spaces for dialogue, reconciliation, and sometimes healing. By engaging in collaborative curation with communities, by inviting contemporary art to reinterpret the past, and by being transparent about their collections, museums can become platforms that genuinely reflect the diversity and the complexity of our world. In closing, let me emphasize that I'm deeply inspired by the conversations that will unfold over the next 3 days. Your case studies, discussions, and insights will undoubtedly shape the future of cultural heritage management. The Federal Office of Culture stands with you, ready to support and advance the important work you do. Together, I believe we can transform museums into places that engage, that inspire, and give us access to the world and humanity. Places that welcome debate with openness and respect, and therefore contribute to a thriving democracy. Places that demonstrate how crucial cultural heritage is to dignity by restoring and unfolding and telling histories. Histories about the collection, about objects, about the way they reached in a museum, but also histories about our countries and our national responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear everyone, we have spent the past hours introducing you to the genesis of this conference, the background, and Frau Bachmann has gladly also sketched the bigger national Swiss context that this discussion takes place in. But as we said before, we are here to learn and to learn from the world, to put it a bit bombastically, because most of our experience is gears from the Swiss perspective infused by German and Dutch experience from both directors and teams. So we're very, very eager to hear the first panel that will focus on curating and that will bring insights both from Colombia, New Zealand, Germany and Italy. And my dear colleague Sandra Gianfrida will moderate you through that. Sandra is a curator of exhibitions, long-term curator at the Kunsthaus, active and dynamic across a lot of epochs and periods. Just to name a few recent exhibitions that she has realized that make you understand where she speaks from. Sandra has recently curated a project, Cotton Under My Feet, with Walid Raad and the Theaterspektakel that explored the links between private and public collections, the networks that bind money, art, and museums together, but also the exhibition Reorientations that explored the impact of non-Western art on European modernism, and the exhibition Apropos Hodler, which reevaluated the presence of an iconic Swiss artist, Ferdinand Hodler. She's currently working, amongst others, on an exhibition with Wilhelm Leenbroek, the modern sculptor, in collaboration with contemporary artist Yves Netzhammer. And this is a scoop, working on an exhibition on the artist Marisol. But Sandra today here is as serviceable as we are and will guide the conversations with our speakers of the first panel, 15 minutes of presentations, Q&As, and a discussion. Sandra, please, will you take the stage?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Anne, for your kind introduction. I'm very pleased to moderate the first panel. This panel revolves around curating. The term curating has several meanings and implies different fields of action, of course. Some of these are how to deal with objects, in what contexts these objects are shown, and above all, which narrative is told and from which perspective. Curating also involves responsibility of making people and topics visible. As societies have been in the middle of a mind shift over the past decades, awareness has been raised concerning the handling with sensitive cultural heritage. Agents of all kinds of backgrounds have been looking for different ways of dealing with objects that have a problematic history and displaying them in public institutions. How can a right way of presentation be achieved by including the expectations and needs from different communities? What kind of curatorial practices have been developed to achieve this so far? What are the chances and risks? Also, and more so, how can we change institutional structures and bring forward a social transformation? It goes without saying that we will not be able to answer all those questions during the 3 days of this conference, but we can exchange and learn from each other. The 4 papers we are going to hear this afternoon are very diverse and present different approaches. The first paper entitled Beyond the Project Logic is going to be presented by Eva Fischer-Hausdorff, Curator of Modern and Contemporary Art at the Kunsthalle Bremen in Germany, and by Jennifer Smales, formerly Research Associate for Cultural Diversity at Kunsthalle Bremen, and since 2024, Research Assistant at Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts here in Switzerland. Based on 2 collection projects, they will speak of what has been developed out of them or next to them in order to change our way of dealing with cultural heritage of the past and the future in a sustainable way. Please, Eva and Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for this. Thank you for this kind introduction, Sandra, and thank you very much to all the three institutions for the invitation. And we are very happy to share our ideas with you today. In our presentation, we would like to give you a brief insight into the let's see if this is working. Yeah, into the process of critical self-reflection, diversification, and opening up that the Kunsthalle Bremen has been undergoing for some years now. This process happens primarily through third-party funded projects. We would like to ask how these diverse endeavors can be secured in the long term. The Kunsthalle Bremen is privately supported by the Kunstverein in Bremen. The Kunstverein was founded already in 1823. It opened its first museum building as early as 1849 and was the first independent institution which houses a civic collection in Germany. Today, the collection spans 7 centuries with artworks from the 14th century until today. The Kunstverein now has more than 10,000 members and celebrated its 200th anniversary last year. As a major art museum with 200 years of history, one of our tasks and major challenges today is to combine the museum's traditions with the present day and, in other words, to bring the collection and the museum's program in dialogue with a society that is undergoing fundamental changes. What began 1823 as an exclusive association for a few art lovers now sees itself as a place to encounter and explore current issues and developments for everyone, which also means for a diverse society. For some years now, the museum has been undergoing a conscious process of opening up. We are guided by questions such as, how do we deal with content and works of art that need to be re-evaluated and contextualized according to our current knowledge and position? And who talks about this content in the museum and how? This process is supported by various third-party funded projects. We would like to present 4 projects today that arose in this context and focused on a critical recontextualizing of the collection and on the engagement of groups that are still underrepresented. The first project is the research and exhibition project, The Blind Spot, Art in Bremen during the Colonial Period. The objectives were to link the history of the Kunstverein in Bremen with the trading history of the Hanseatic city Bremen. Works of art in the collection were newly analyzed to understand their connection to colonial history. Taking the Kunsthalle collection as a starting point, the exhibition talked about the representation and treatment of non-European art, about exoticism and racist stereotypes. But the questions also were, what traces did the colonial era leave behind in the Kunsthalle Bremen? How can we deal with it today? The research and organization of the exhibition were supervised by Julia Binter, now at the University of Bonn. Julia decided to invite a board of experts, mainly from Black communities in Bremen, to guide the whole process. And this was, of course, crucial for the whole project. The findings were further used for following projects and exhibitions, mainly the new collection exhibition of the Kunsthalle, which we opened in 2020. Here we are still showing 2 contemporary artworks which had been produced especially for the Blind Spot exhibition and which are now part of the collection of the Kunsthalle. The second project is Diversifying Kunsthalle Bremen, which ran from 2018 until 2023 and was supervised by my colleague Jennifer here, now at the University of Lucerne. The project aimed to redefine the collective vision of the Kunsthalle. The main goal was to create better access to the institution for marginalized groups as audiences, participants, and possible employees. The project asked, how can the many barriers that particularly marginalized groups face be broken down? How can these groups be attracted as audiences and employees? These thoughts have guided us in the recent years in the conception of event programs and exhibitions, and here, of course, also in the new collection exhibition, which as a permanent exhibition particularly represents the attitude of the Kunsthalle Bremen. The gallery spaces became more and more a place of exchange, inspiration, learning, but of course also of critical debate on current and controversial topics. The third project is Bridging the Gap, which started 2022. With this project, we are trying to provide access to the museum for all people, regardless of their circumstances. In the interest of inclusion, the project develops barrier-free or low-barrier educational programs aimed at all people who visit the Kunsthalle. Primarily media-based offers make the experience of art in the museum possible, regardless of physical, cognitive, social, or cultural conditions. Multisensory tools such as tactile floor system, tactile signage, audio guides for blind visitors, and with videos in sign language and easy language help to convey the contents. To find authentic and helpful solutions, these tools have been jointly developed with a board of external experts. In the course of this project, we are currently preparing an exhibition which will be presented next year. This exhibition is curated together with an inclusive group of people with and without disabilities. The fourth and last project I would like to speak about is the youth club at Kunsthalle Bremen called New Perceptions. In 2021, the museum decided to integrate young people's perspective more strongly into the museum's program and managed to establish a youth club at the Kunsthalle. The New Perceptions group currently consists of young people aged between 16 and 22 from various districts and social backgrounds in Bremen. They meet once a week in the museum and occasionally at the weekend. The group meets to rethink the museum, get involved, and demand more diversity. They develop mediation formats and events for a younger audience. And they have created a major exhibition last year and are currently organizing another exhibition which we will be presenting next year. These 4 projects were all made possible by third-party funding. They ran, and in some cases are still running, for a limited period of time. They have implemented many important changes and processes at the Kunsthalle Bremen, always with additional staff who complemented the organization for these periods. Here we would like to ask what possibilities there are for these important processes to have a lasting effect at an institution. And at this point, I would like to give Jennifer the floor.
Thank you very much. This is how they all come together. And what you see here is the development of the Kunsthalle's opening strategy by projects. So we have heard about certain projects along the line here, like the Blind Spot, which developed in a way the theoretical and organizational foundation that was necessary to start diversifying Kunsthalle Bremen. And what is even more important is that it gave the necessary impulses to actually apply for the funding. So While we are highly aware of the risks and downsides of the project as a format and working mode, mostly in the form of an overconsumption of resources for short-term effect and limited sustainability, we chose this way of presentation to heighten the interrelationship between these different, within themselves highly complex projects. As we see it, impulses given within certain temporary projects have had an integral part in developing the museum, be it through the temporary employees, insights from the individual projects, or resources to develop a network and apply for further funding. So, as I said, the blind spot was necessary to start diversifying Kunsthalle Bremen. At the same time, we had Lab Bode happening. That was the funding of a traineeship position within arts mediation that upgraded the knowledge about access to the museum, and which was necessary to apply for further funding to start Brückenschläge, which you also already heard about, and then diversifying Kunsthalle, where I worked. I had the necessary time and resources and insights also in the workings of the institutions to conceptualize how we could start projects that would move further into co-creation. And that's when New Perceptions started as, for the Kunsthalle, the greatest experiment at that time to try out how to co-create, co-curate together with people that bring expertise or non-professional expertise into the museum, and how to work together on, well, that's not never really eyesight, but to get as close to working on eyesight level as possible. So, I will not talk much more about this, so have a good look. I would say that while the Kunsthalle is still a very long way to go, and how much gets changed is highly dependent on who is currently working at the museum and what resources are available, certain overarching aspects at the institution's workings have gone through a huge development, which each of the single projects providing certain building bricks, as you can see here on the right. So number one, the experimentation and exploration of different forms of participatory practices regarding both the curation of exhibitions and institutional change to bring in external expertise and make small first steps towards power sharing. Second, to work towards greater institutional change, create discrimination-sensitive work environment, reassess institutional goals and working methods. And third, to make the collection, and in particular the permanent collection, more relevant, more diverse, and more accessible for a multitude of people. But while I have to admit that I'm quite proud of some of these achievements, what became increasingly clear is that these projects, even if viewed all together, stayed in a way on a secondary level, mediating something that is already there, adding comments, making small changes. And as one way to try and go beyond that, we thought it necessary to have a deeper look at what makes up the collection itself. So, before I go into that, I have to issue a small disclaimer. One is, for now, we only had the resources to look at the acquisitions between 2000 and 2022, which is obviously only a very small percentage of the entire collection. A bigger issue is that the categories to evaluate equality data required us to work with external ascriptions, which created an ethical dilemma as to if we could collect these data at all. So to give just one quick example, under the, let me skip one, under the category of Black artists, we subsumized artists that might identify in a lot of different ways as Afro-diasporic or Afro-German, or Black, or none of these at all, but that we assumed might suffer racial discrimination based on being perceived as Black. So in a way, we are recreating categorizations that in itself is inherently violent. In the end, we did decide to work with these very flawed categories in order to create some data to work with, but it means that our findings have to be taken with a grain of salt. So, To make it very quick, I will not go very deep into all of this, but the one important distinction is between deceased artists, which make up about 70%, and which mostly represent like historical positions, and living artists, which are contemporary artists, that create contemporary art. And with all the other categories, we used to look at equality data. We always looked at all artists and all living artists. And that is important because among both living and deceased artists, sorry, I lost it for a second. We looked at equality data along the lines of gender and sexuality, disability, race, and country of origin. So, this one, that one. Now, apart from the to-be expected findings that groups of artists that experience structural discrimination are vastly underrepresented in the collection, it is still interesting to see that there is a noticeable change regarding if you look at both deceased and contemporary artists, because this might not only indicate greater access into the art world or art markets in general today, but it also shows where focusing as an art institution long-term has the greatest chance for creating change. So I'm coming to the end. So among others, based on these data, the Kunsthalle started having internal workshops in order to identify how to rework its acquisition strategy, to start looking into the future. And to make it very short, these are the points that we worked out as showing the most potential or wiggling space to create long-term change. So the more contemporary, the more likely it is to make a difference representation-wise due to practical and financial constraints. With older art, the gap is too big to make a significant difference quantity-wise, so it might be more of use to think in meaningful interventions. Then also how we work with collectors might be different, so being more transparent about how does art get into the museum? Is it given to us? Is it bought? Do we work with collectors that have similar visions? Also, yes, one important spot is instead of changing it all on the same level, maybe we have to focus on collection focuses. Sorry, yes, time is up. All right, you have read this. And the last sentence I want to say, even if the categories seem narrow, it can be helpful to keep them in check. Why do these exclusions occur, and how can we try not to reproduce them and create a different collection for the future? So if you want to go more into detail and find out more about this single project, our methodology, you can get in touch with us or find us at the coffee break later.
The second paper is presented to us by Megan Tamati-Quenel. Megan is currently an independent curator based in Wellington, New Zealand, but working internationally. Today, she will speak about a cross-cultural First Nations curatorial project. Yeah, this one. Today, she will speak about a cross-cultural First Nations curatorial project. I don't know what to do.
Okay. Tēnā rā koutou i te iwi i ngā āuatanga o tō tātou rā e. Ko taranaki te maunga, ko waitara values, rather than curating without those elements. The First Nations ontology employed for gifted Aboriginal art 1971 to 2011 was tikanga Māori, manaakitanga, notions of generosity, reciprocity and value. and kaitiakitanga, the spiritual guardianship, largely made up of an important collection of Indigenous Australian artworks held by Te Papa, the product of an extraordinary at the festival's The exhibition was deinstalled, packed up, and rather than returning to Australia, was gifted to the New Zealand government as a gift through the agency of the Aboriginal Arts Board. The gift was part of a broader international art strategy, a radical and visionary initiative developed by the Aboriginal Arts Board, which had been established only a few years earlier in 1973. Quote, during the 1970s, the work of the 15-member Aboriginal Arts Board, including 2 chairmen, its non-Indigenous director and its 2 projects officer, increased the exposure of Aboriginal art internationally through a rigorous program of exhibitions that were mounted in approximately 40 countries, end quote. Much like the exhibition to Māori in Aotearoa, New Zealand, which in 1984 attempted to shift Māori art out of obscurity and into a position as one of the great arts of the world through an exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York and other museums. The Pacific Arts Festival exhibition in Rotorua, one of 19 cultural events globally that the Aboriginal Arts Board took part on, was designed for an international audience to demonstrate Aboriginal art as world class and promote the appreciation and respect for Aboriginal art in a period when in Australia the response to Aboriginal art was largely one of uninterest and indifference. The exhibition in Rotorua was made up of over 200 artworks, including Papunya Tula paintings, bark paintings, boomerangs, sculpted ceremonial figures, woven baskets, tunga, and other artworks. And although designed to tour, it was only shown at the Pacific Arts Festival before it was gifted to New Zealand. The gift was accepted and the National Museum was charged with looking after the gift, and so the exhibition of artworks became part of the Foreign Ethnology Collection, now renamed as the International History Collection, a closed collection area, meaning that it was and remains a collection Te Papa has ceased to acquire artworks for, develop or grow. The significance of the collection was no longer apparent in 2012 or may not have been fully comprehended by the institution at the reception of the gift. Over the 4, now nearly 5 decades, the artworks have been held at Te Papa. The collection languished and its importance diplomatically or otherwise became obscured. The gifted exhibition, curated in 2012 but shown in 2013, provided the opportunity to research the rediscovered collection, its history and broader context, with the prospect of elevating and acknowledging the gravitas of a collection that had long been overlooked. Before gifted, most of the artworks in the collection were unregistered and were mostly unnamed. All the works in the collection were dated to 1976, the year the collection came into the National Museum, rather than the dates of the works when they were made. Research into the collection's history revealed that a selection of the artworks had been previously showed in 1979 at the National Art Gallery, perhaps as part of the conditions of the gift. In the show at the National Art Gallery, works from the collection were shown following modernist ideals of primitivism. The artworks were shown didactically, complete with a ground of sand and spinifex grass, linking the work's use of natural ochres, woods and fibres in some of the artworks with the artist's supposed links with nature. The full catalogue of the Pacific Arts Festival, put together by the Aboriginal Arts Board, describing the artworks and artists, although somewhat ethnographic in tone, was also found in the Te Papa archives, amongst other information about the collection and its history. Australian art historian Nina Burrell's research of the Aboriginal Arts Board international activity from their establishment and over the first 7 years of their operation provided the context for the broader impetus of the gift. Her research conveyed the context of an impressive program of international exhibitions that saw the original gift fitted into, and an aspect of their international strategy that saw Aboriginal art placed judiciously into international collections, positioning Aboriginal art on the international stage and enabling other developments. Alongside the Pacific Arts Festival in 1976, participation included international art conferences and festivals, such as the World Craft Conference in Canada in 1974. They also gifted a collection to the institution in Canada, the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture in Nigeria in 1977, and the Pacific Arts Festival in Papua New Guinea in 1980. Finding a significant Indigenous Australian art collection at Te Papa was serendipitous. I became aware of the collection through a query from an Australian art scholar, Vivian Johnson, and the collection manager of Te Papa's International History Collection, the late Ross O'Rourke. Johnson, who was curating Pupunyatula painting Out of the Desert 2007 for the National Museum of Australia in Canberra, had tracked the artworks to Te Papa through the Aboriginal Art Board's records. O'Rourke, understanding the painting's importance once their existence was disclosed to him, and being aware of my interest and my curatorial remit in Indigenous art as well as modern and contemporary Māori art, invited me to meet with Johnson during her time at Te Papa to view the paintings she was interested in seeing and potentially loaning for her show at the National Museum in Canberra. Following the viewing with Johnson, O'Rourke proposed transferring the paintings, which were unregistered, from the International History Collection to the Art Collection, which I agreed to. There were around 20, where are we? See if I can't move this. Oh, there we are. There were around 20 unstretched canvases, many very large, and rolled in the tissue they entered the museum in, and in pristine condition. It was through research and after Ross O'Rourke's death in 2012, when developing the Gifted project, did I realise that there were more than 180 other artworks in the collection: bark paintings, baskets, mortuary poles, a dance hat, and carved and painted figures, which O'Rourke had retained in the International History Collection and had deemed as ethnographic works. Gifted Aboriginal Art 1976 to 2011 brought together selected works from the Aboriginal Art Board collection. The transferred Pupunyatula paintings, alongside sculptural and more object-based taonga retained in the Foreign Ethnology collection, to ensure it represented the original gift. In contrast to the 1979 National Art Gallery collection show, Gifted was presented as a contemporary art show. The Pupunyatula paintings, now regarded as one of the most significant developments of the late 20th century Australian art, were juxtaposed with bark paintings made in the Northern Territories, ceremonial figures made in Melville and Bathurst Islands, and other works made in remote communities that form part of the Aboriginal Art Board's gift. Gifted also showed a small number of more recent contemporary Indigenous Australian artworks, not from the 1976 Te Papa collection. The recent contemporary artworks were included to ensure, I'm sorry, those are so blurry. Were included to ensure Indigenous art was not presented as static or locked in 1976 into a set of prescribed styles. The more recent artworks demonstrated the emergence since the 1970s of a significant group of urban Indigenous Australian artists and the ascendancy of Indigenous art as contemporary art. The recent works included a significant painting by the late Emily Kawari, an installation work by photomedia artist, the late Destiny Deacon, held in the Te Papa collection, a painting loaned from the Chartwell collection in Auckland by leading artist Gordon Bennett. Gordon Bennett's painting referenced New Zealand modernist painter, I'll see if I can find it, there it is, New Zealand modernist painter Colin McCann, and made poignant post-colonial comment about the position of Indigenous people, Australian people in Australia. A final contemporary work loaned from the artist was the visually commanding 3-channel video work titled Heat by Christian Thompson. The inclusion of these more recent contemporary works ensured that creativity and aesthetic innovation were highlighted and any sense of the ethnographic were removed. In order to activate the philosophy of mana taonga in the curation of Gifted, it was of paramount importance that I worked with an Indigenous Australian curator. It was of particularly important in relation to the more historical works to be included in the exhibition: the burial poles, the bark paintings, the tunga, the ceremonial figures and more, for which there was very little information recorded at Te Papa for the examples held, and which I felt required inside cultural knowledge to show, interpret and recontextualise within a contemporary art context. To work with an Indigenous curator on this particular aspect of the show was tikanga, my own tikanga and sense of how things should operate, but which dovetailed with the tikanga Māori approach developed for the show at the outset and the underpinning philosophy of mana taonga, recognition of the authority and ownership of the origin communities, including individual artists, as being integral to the exhibition. The activation of both Māori and tikanga Māori and mana taonga came through working with an Indigenous Australian curator, Brenda Croft, a Gurindji Melbourne Malpura woman from the Northern Territory in Australia, a leading Indigenous art curator, artist and scholar who had worked as a specialist and authority in Indigenous art for over 30 years. Our curatorial work and roles, mine as a curator of modern and contemporary Māori and Indigenous art at Te Papa, had strong adjacencies to one another and had paralleled over many years. Involved in all aspects of Gifted, she was key conceptually to the project, but also played a significant role in the selecting of the more historical works and providing context, information and advice for their use in the show. The bark paintings, for example, because... I'll go back if I can. I'm sorry, it's not working. I don't know how to make this work. Sorry. I don't know how to make... There, sorry. I don't know what's got a big line in the middle of it either. The bark paintings, for example, because I did not want an intervention into the back of the works in the form of cleats or other hanging devices, and because the bark paintings breathed, the concave shape relaxing and retracting or expanding depending on the humidity, we designed small shelves to sit the works on and secure them in a non-invasive and unobtrusive way. A further way Croft played a fundamental role was the opening. Croft recommended and brokered an introduction to Jambawa Marawili, a senior leader of the Marapara clan, a sculptor, painter and a custodian of the spiritual and cultural welfare of his own and other related clans at Yulpara in northeastern Arnhem Land in Blue Mud Bay to open the exhibition. He, his son and a young man from his community travelled to Wellington with the support of the Australian High Commission in Wellington and worked with the Tainui Iwiko Matua, which is a tribe, Tainui is a tribe, in residence at Te Papa, Shane Taruki, and developed a tikanga for the opening. They worked across tikanga and protocol, Indigenous, Australian and Māori, which again activated tikanga Māori and a mana taonga philosophy in an extraordinary and profound way. Gifted Aboriginal Art was a landmark exhibition held at Te Papa in 2013 that charted an Indigenous art history and an Indigenous future using a First Nations ontology. Not only did the exhibition bring to light a group of under-researched and under-recognised artworks that had been held at Te Papa for almost 4 decades, it also honoured the legacy of some of the early Indigenous Australians art leaders, their foresight and vision. It emphasised the use of diplomatic means to create an international platform for contemporary Indigenous Australian art and First Nations connections and networks to overcome racism and marginalisation. The exhibition re-established the significance of a nation-to-nation cultural gift, long dormant in Te Papa's collection, and ensured that the dissemination of knowledge of the collection was anchored by tikanga Māori, endorsed from an Indigenous Australian perspective, and carried a First Nations sensibility. Gifted Aboriginal Art, 1976 to 2011, amalgamated past, present, and built for the future. I'm moving faster. Built for the future, not only through its influence as an exhibition, but also ensuring the rediscovery of the Indigenous art works held at Te Papa. The basis of the Gifted show provided a platform for expanding and acquiring contemporary Indigenous art for the Te Papa art collection. The ongoing acquisition of contemporary Indigenous art has, as the Indigenous Australian leaders envisioned in the 1970s, guaranteed that contemporary Indigenous art is exposed internationally and demonstrated as world class. Since the show, significant works by leading artists of their generation the late Gordon Bennett, Tracy Moffat, Daniel Boyd and Richard Bell have been added to Papa's art collection. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The third paper is called The Museum of Civilizations of Rome, Challenges and Critical Issues in the Process of Reinterpreting Sensitive Collections, and is presented to us by Rosanna Di Lella, who is curator of the collections of the former Colonial Museum of Rome and responsible for the educational department at the Museum of Civilizations, and by Francesca Anselmo, who is curator of the archaeological and ethnographic collections from North, Central, and South America at the Museum of Civilizations. They will speak about the process of reframing the collections and their employed methodology, and present first the Umbrella Museum and then some case studies. Please, Francesca and Rosanna, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Many thanks, Sandra, for introducing us. And first of all, we would like to thank the team that organized this wonderful conference for the opportunity to share with you our work at the Museum of Civilization in Rome. So let's start from a brief introduction of the museum. The Museum of Civilization in Rome is a public museum of the Italian Ministry of Culture, founded in 2016 and located in a neighborhood in the south of Rome called Eur. The museum conserves, studies, and promotes the collection of 6 former national Italian museums. So the collection includes archaeological, artistic, and ethnographic artifacts and finds from Africa, Americas, Asia, Oceania, Europe, Italy, dated from prehistory up to present time. In the next slides, we briefly present a collection of the former museums that are now part of the Museum of Civilization to give you an idea of the broad range of themes, areas, and chronological periods that the museum covers. So we have the prehistoric collection from the former National Prehistoric and Ethnographic Museum Luigi Piccolini, the African, American, Pacific, Asian collection from the same museum, the Asian collection from the former National Museum of Oriental Art Giuseppe Tucci, the Folk Art and Tradition collection from the former National Museum of Folk Class and Tradition Lamberto Loria, the Paleontological and Lithomineralogical collection from ISPRA, this is the new institute that merged our collection, and the Colonial collection from the former Colonial Museum of Rome. Two years ago, the Museum of Civilization started a process of gradual revision of the rearrangement of the permanent exhibition, so to share the narrative of the institutional history and the ideology, including new voices, interpretation on the collection and their displays. A working method that placed the Museum of Civilizations, in our opinion, in the international debate on contemporary ethnographic and world cultural museums and on institutional practices related to the decolonizations of their identity, practices, and collection. For example, the new entrances, here you can see 2 pictures in October 2022, 2 new symmetrical entrances to the museum were presented to the audiences. Both entrances are reconfigured as a historical and critical introduction to the museum, displaying in various types of research and methodological tools, and it also contextualizes the relationship between the museum and the history of the Euro district, taking a critical gaze and using intervention by contemporary artists. Among these collaborations with artists, a program of research fellowship with 6 international artists were launched in the same years. The 6 artists are conducting, in collaboration with the curatorial staff of the museum, long-term research project that place focus on the museum archives and collection and on research methodologies which reflected on the processes of display and restitution. In the context of this ongoing process of reframing the collection, today with Francesca, we'd like to reflect with you on some processes and problematic issues related to participatory practices initiated on some sensitive objects and collection connected to 2 sections of the museum, the collection of former Colonial Museum of Rome and the collection of American arts and culture. So the first, we start from the first case, which is about the former Colonial Museum of Rome, which is composed by very heterogeneous and controversial collection. This museum is differs from classical ethnographic museum. It was a propaganda museum that had the aim to exalt the colonial conquest and create a colonial awareness in the museum audiences. The museum's narratives were constructed to disseminate a celebratory colonial imagery among the Italian public through the use of all kinds of materials, images, and objects. This collection provides today a repository of colonial imaginaries, which must be reinterpreted and regarded with new gazes and new approaches. Let's see briefly the story of this colonial institution. It was an institution with a complex, nomadic, and stratified history marked by institutional transitions as well as by changes in places and names. It was inaugurated in 1923 by Benito Mussolini. The collection of the objects were set up in the same building that was the location of the Ministry of Colonies, on which the museum depended. In 1932, the museum was moved to another building near the Zoological Garden of Rome, and after the proclamation of Fascist Empire, it was renamed Museo dell'Africa Italiana, Museum of Italian Africa. After some years, the museum closed for inventory check and reopened just to the public in 1947, when Italy formally renounced colonial aspiration. In the post-World War II period, a different institutional configuration took place, and in this scenario, the museum was renamed Museo Africano, African Museum, without a significant change in its narratives and goals. The permanent closure occurred in early 70s. So after its closure began a long period of oblivion and dismemberment of the museum heritage. Only in 2017, the Colonial Museum collection came into the custody of the Ministry of Culture. The collection were moved to the Museum of Civilization and put again in storages. That's all. Sorry. No. Okay. No. Okay. Oh, it's okay. The first issues that emerge from the initial glance to the collection is I mentioned their significant heterogeneity. It's 12,000 objects can be classified as ethnographic. Yes. Historical, yes, collection, artistic collection, and so on, anthropological, archaeological, yes. I don't know why sometimes it, and finally in commodities and trade. I have to, okay. One of the main challenges in dealing with such a collection is the lack of information about the acquisition process. The objects arrived without a register, a book of entrance, providing data on their provenance and on their arrival to Italy. Another problematic aspect is the dismembering of the museum collection of objects, archives, and documents. Over its history of movements, changes, and displacement, the collection has been divided, dismembered, and assigned to different cultural institutions. This aspect further complicated the research on the process of acquisition, museum displays, and propaganda narratives, and so on. When the collection arrived to the Museum of Civilization, it was necessary and crucial from an ethical viewpoint to ensure access to all the objects and works that had been inaccessible to the public for almost 50 years. Collections have been made accessible to all researchers, students, journalists, artists, writers, activists, all interested in the collection. And the storages of the colonial collections started to become a laboratory from new narratives and perspectives, a space from which we could activate participative process and, on the collection and on some very sensitive and contested objects. Then we organized or hosted a series of activity and projects to deal with complex legacy and its representation on the contemporary scenes. So we have no time to present all these specific projects in detail, but they have been crucial in bringing attention to the collection, creating a community of interest among the objects and collection, and starting a participatory path for new interpretation and readings. Yes. In October 2021, we decided to launch a program and installation, unveiled storages, how to imagine a decolonial museum, focus on museum colonial collection. The installation was put in the center of the museum's main staircase next to the storages area that were open and visitable. The museum program created a space for dialogue around collection, through meetings, workshops, and open consultation with scholars, intellectual writers, experts, and diaspora communities. The following years, we had the opportunity to activate a participative and collective resignification process held in museums, thanks to a series of workshops entitled A Collection in Turmoil, led by the Libyan-Italian artist Adelita Usnibey, focused on the colonial past and collections, or thanks to the artistic research carried by the artists Wissal Ubabi, Bianca Baldi, and Malaki Ekut in the framework of the art residency program of the European project Taking Care. And in this particular case, the residency of Wissal Ubabi was conceived as a network between the artist museum and two collectives of Afro-descendant activists and cultural practitioners in Rome that took part to a series of workshops on our collection. And of course, a series of workshop network and events with diaspora communities. Among them, I'd like to stress the Somali Culture Week to celebrate independence that we hosted in the last June. Okay, the result of the artistic residencies, all the reflection and issues activated by all these projects have come together along with other exhibits and objects in the Museo delle Opacità, Museum of Opacities, a new exhibition that opened in June 2023, and it is the first public experimental display of the colonial collection since the museum closure, and the last step in the ongoing collaborative process described so far. The exhibition addresses various aspects in Italian colonialism, created continuous cross-references between the formal representation of the colonial period and contemporary counter-narratives by artists, activists, and researchers, critically presenting and tending to resignify objects and works collected and exhibited to celebrate Italian colonial experience. Some of the team that, of course, here there's a focus on why opacities, we can go through, and of course, opacities about the oblivion to which collection were relegated, but of course, we were inspired by the concept of opacity, English sun reflection, so the right to be opaque in a way. So, The themes of the exhibition includes looting and restitution, and here the theme is starts from these two canvases that were stolen by Italian troops during the occupation of Addis Ababa from the Ethiopian parliament, that are part of our collection and that were never restituted to Ethiopia, even though Ethiopia asked for them. So very controversial and contested objects. And then invasion and domain, or propaganda and rhetorics, exploitation and investments, voices, languages, and memories. Since its inauguration, in-depth meetings with specialists and for different fields have been held to deepen research topic. And in particular, research for provenance deepened from the display of the two Ethiopian parliament canvases stolen during the Italian occupation, and all the dialogues with artists, scholars, and researchers activated during preparation allow us to reflect on some sensitive objects on our collection. Among them, we can just mention, and then maybe we can reflect on this during the discussion, on the work that were led by Malak Yakud, who carried out a research project titled Searching from Appendices to Truth Lost, the Broken Sunglasses of Omar al-Mukhtar. Malak worked on one of the most sensitive and violent relics in the Italian colonial collection, the sunglasses that belonged to the Libyan leader of the anti-colonial resistance, Omar al-Mukhtar, who was captured and killed by the Italian troops and Marshal Rodolfo Graziani in 1931. And Malak conducted research and interviews with descendants of Libyan patriots of al-Mukhtar, representative of Senussi Broderud, and so on. And their final work attempt to mend fragments of broken memories and restore a collective multi-voiced textual of one of the most controversial and sensitive objects of the former colonial museum. So I finish again. Yes, just to summarize, but I think that we can go through.
Okay, I will be faster. Okay, the other case we choose to bring to the attention is about another collection, the one of arts and cultures of the Americas. We thought it was important and interesting because the critical issues that this collection raises are in some ways different from those of the collections of the former colonial museum. Italy is not among the colonizing European countries of the American territories. However, it is one of the actors and main agents of the culture of international colonialism in the 19th and 20th centuries, and thus the establishment of this collection is part of a common process of many other museums with indigenous collection in Western countries. The collection is composed of approximately 20,000 archaeological and ethnographic objects from the two American continents. The objects, most of which dated back to the 18th and 19th century, some to the 15th and 17th century, have been collected by Italian travelers, explorers, missionaries. Some others arrived mostly through exchange with cultural institutions and donation. The older part of the collection comes from two important ancient public institutions. One is the Museo Kircheriano, and the other one is the already mentioned Royal Museum of the Opera History and Ethnography, founded by the Italian archaeologist Luigi Pigorini in 1866, and existed as a national museum until 2016, when it was placed under the institutional umbrella of the Museum of Civilization. Luigi Pigorini convinced at the time the Italian political authorities to support his project, outlined the importance of collecting objects from the peoples of all over the world, America, Africa, Oceania, Asia, in order to facilitate the understanding of Italian and European prehistory and proto-history by comparing archaeological finds with objects produced by indigenous cultures, so-called primitives, at that time. In a more general context, a key myth or fantasy that has imbued the process of collecting indigenous culture in European and American museums between 19th and 20th centuries was that this culture must be saved from oblivion before they became extinct. In this way, European museums, as well as their American counterparts, have taken on the burden of preserving the rest of the world for its own sake. The means of saving indigenous American cultures employed by the European and American institutions involve violent appropriation, decontextualization of cultural artifacts, and the results of this process we know very well have been the use of Eurocentric epistemologies, the production of one voice-oriented content, the one of the curators, and the silencing of the context of the artifact and the voices of the contemporary indigenous people. The current exhibition of the collection of the Americas dates in the Museum of Civilizations date back to late 1990s. And it is mainly devoted to the archaeological finds from Central America and Peru. And there is a part dedicated to some ethnographic objects for Brazil, as well from the Peruvian and Ecuadorian Amazon area. The documentation about indigenous objects is inscribed in Eurocentric meta-narratives of the historical development and is mostly focused on the materials used, the time period in which they were made, and the cultural group attributed to the pieces. So, in light of this quick overview, it should be no surprising if museums, as indigenous scholars pointed out, can be very painful sites for indigenous people, as they are intimately tied to the colonization process, to the loss of their lands, and the policies of forced assimilation they have experienced over the centuries. But over the last 30 years, some Western museums, in particular US and Canada, adopted decolonization and indigenization practices and approaches pushed in this direction by the self-determination, cultural sovereignty movement of the indigenous people. And thus, some museums in North America have now regularly integrated practices such as the participation of indigenous voice in collection management and display processes, and the presence of native people among the museum's curator and staff members. The other most important aspect of the decolonized museum practice is to assist communities in their effort to address the legacies of historical unresolved grief by speaking the hard truth of colonialism. And in Italy, where the few indigenous communities of the Americas resident in the national territory do not represent all the cultural of origin of all the objects that there are in the collection, which practices should be employed in order to ensure that indigenous heritage is not only exhibited, but also managed and interpreted in an ethical manner? Who has the right to interpret and present indigenous cultures in an Italian public museum? In the last few months, at the Museum of Civilization, we are working on the new permanent exhibition of the collection of the Americas, which should be open by 25. The museum is implementing the exhibit design through the knowledge, perspective, and process and interpretation that come from indigenous communities. The curatorial staff of the museum is designing the new setup of the collection together with the Brazilian artist Maria Teresa Alves. She received a fellowship to develop a research project focused on the museum's archives and collection, as already mentioned by Rosanna. And thanks to some fundings from the Department of Contemporary Art of the Italian Ministry of Culture, also a number of indigenous artists have been involved in this process, and their work will be part of the exhibition part. Here in the images you can see Dayara Tucano, which is an artist and activist of Tucano indigenous people from Brazil, Amazonia, and Denison Guaniba from the Guaniba people, Brazil, Amazonia. They have been together, in the museum. Over the past months, along with the provenance research, we also worked to create contact and collaboration at various levels, both with indigenous communities and indigenous individual stakeholders, such as scholars, researchers in the American continent. The ways to reach these contacts have been established are different because the communities are over the sea in the other, they are in the Americas, American continents. In some cases, these were possible thanks to the mediation of external scientific collaboration of the museum, collaborators of the museum. In some other cases, we received the visit of indigenous representatives in our museum, and they are giving, they are sharing stories related to the objects of the collection, along with suggestions of the way of displaying some sacred or ritual objects in the future permanent exhibition, or information also on how to handle or take care for certain objects in a culturally appropriate ways and in accordance with their provenance. One of the most delicate, and I conclude, the most delicate aspect in the relation between Western Museum and indigenous communities is to create relationships of trust. Without trust, a collaborative partnership is not possible. With these communities and stakeholders, indigenous stakeholders, we have most contact, online contacts and video call or email or vocal messages. But we are in these months, we were able to create this base of trust with them, and they are also sharing with us very painful memories, which are important to say today in a public museum. The last is the visit of the Ministry of the Indigenous People of Amazonia, Sonia Guajajara. She visited us a few months ago, and we are starting with her. We will have an agreement with her for working with indigenous communities in Amazonia. We will speak more about this during the discussion later. Thank you.
Alexander Herrera will present the fourth and last paper of this panel, entitled Diffusing Difficult Heritage, Curating Memories of Conflict in Colombian Museums. Alexander Herrera is professor of pre-Hispanic archaeology, art history, and museology at Universidad de los Andes in Bogotá, Colombia. His paper deals with the definition of heritage, the concept of museum, knowledge production, and the culture of remembrance. Alexander, please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Well, thank you all. It's an honor to be here, and I want to join in with all the presenters. Thanks to the organizers. Today, I'm here to present about a new topic of research, relatively new, a couple of years ago, which is researching museums and new kinds of museum. I would start with an apology. I'm not a museum professional, really. I'm an archaeologist. I work on ancient sacred landscapes. I work on hydraulic technology in the Andes, and I have an interest in music archaeology. But of course, I'm also very interested in cultural heritage. My university houses collections, some like we've heard before, unprovenience collections. I'm in charge of the pre-Hispanic art, ethnography, and handicraft collection. But my university has shied away from setting up a museum, fearing the costs of yet another building. These caveats aside, I present today museums for peace, I hope. Let's see. There we go. Oh, there we go. Which is our contribution from the university towards peace building in Colombia. As you may know, we have a... Next, please. Thank you. We have a peace process, a recent peace process going on, and as part of that, we can do something from the university to add our grain of sand to this big endeavor. In a nutshell, we were asked to provide a few critical reflections on collection histories and community museums of memory. Oops, no, not again, not yet. Are an extraordinary type of museums in the sense that the histories are the collection. There is very little active collection. The accumulation of material objects is not part of what they're concerned with. They collect stories and songs. I hope to have some time to present some prayers, poems, dances, immaterial forms of non-textual embodied knowledge. And as I will hope to show the object biographies, the object, in a sense, is the biography. They have to be replicable for reasons I hope to show. And art production is important, but has to be either very big, so it can't be destroyed, or open-ended, like memory quilts, to which always something is always added. Now, with some luck, let me try. Let's see. Actually, there we go. Not quite, but it was supposed to be 2. Anyway, here we go. Can we? Oops, no. Can we go back? Can we go back? No, okay, never mind. Let's go. Never mind. We have these horrible figures here. I don't want to go into much detail, just to show point out that 91% of the victims of violent death between 1985 and 2016 have been men. That's important to remember. And another important part is this grey area here. At more than 1/10 of murders were committed by state actors or affiliated to state actors. These are, of course, figures that state actors don't like, which is part of the reasons that these museums were set up. Next, please. Okay, so what are community museums of memory? There are tools, developed by the victims to deal with effects of massive crime. Unofficially, Colombia has been at war since 1962. Depending on your interpretation of history, it can be taken further back. For 1948, with the 1,000-year war, you may know from 100 years of solitude, or you can go back to the 19th century. Officially, 2016, the conflict ended, but polarization and armed actors remain very much active, in some regions more than others. In the face of this difficult situation, what these museums collect are memories and very difficult knowledge, stories of massacres, stories of forced displacement, disappearances, most forced by either recruitment, murder, or both. And these memories are collected while the perpetrators are still at large, which means it's also very dangerous, and active judicial proceedings mean death threats and murder of activists are not uncommon. according to Rede Paz this year, 77 social human rights defenders have been killed in Colombia so far this year. And some friends who work in these museums can't leave their home for weeks on end during election time. Okay, so these museums are different. They are places to meet, to denounce, to teach, to remember, and to counterbalance state-sponsored initiatives. This is very important. This is changing, has changed somewhat since 2016. There's battles for memory going on in Colombia. And some of the state-sponsored activities have been, had the starting point of negating these histories, like the figures I showed you earlier. And the good guy, bad guy narrative just doesn't hold. So these are spaces where they develop their own standpoint and bring to the fore localized memories. What we try to do from the project is not produce yet another learned layer, but try to bring together different experience, actually 4 of them. Next, please. Okay, so the first phase, which is over, we worked with these 4 communities for 2 years, had about 100 workshop participants and theses, and we came up with this little design through the help of Diana Ordóñez and a friend William, which is a €100 museum. Set up your museum for €100, buy wood, and make your own museum. That was the idea behind it. Next, please. Okay, it's difficult knowledge, as I said, and it's mostly about emptiness. It's about the empty spaces of those who are not there. It's about the memories of things you can't speak about, people that disappear. It's a horrible, horrible word because nobody really disappears, but they're simply not there, and what's left is emptiness and sadness. So what, next please. So what did they do? It's not about what we did, it's about what they did. We are here to speak for them because they can't be here. Colectivo de Comunicaciones Montes de María, Línea 21, probably the most famous one, a National Peace Prize, and their itinerant memory museum. It's itinerant for a very simple reason. When they started, they couldn't stay in the same place for fear of being burnt down. So the museum had to be itinerant. And the Organización Femenina Popular, a women's organization, which has managed to set up a very different museum, a very big concrete building, which advocates for human rights in one of the areas where most human rights violations have happened historically in Colombia, which is the oil-producing region. The middle Magdalena. Alianza Tejedoras de Vida del Putumayo, this is in the Amazon region at the bottom. And the Casa de la Memoria del Pacífico Nariñense is present here through its absence because while the project was unfolding, all of a sudden the funding, what little funding they got from the regional up, so they couldn't pay electricity, water bills, anything, and had to shut it down mysteriously. These things happen in Colombia. Magical realism is not only about pretty novels. So next, please. So these community museums are spaces for difficult dialogues, and what we try to put forward, try to systematize a bit, is that these, to how museums contribute to the healing of the social fabrics. How do these self-called, self-styled museums, some of you may actually say, well, these are not museums at all. They don't have buildings, they don't really have collections, but there's spaces to talk, and spaces to try to work towards healing the social fabric, to establish dialogue between things that are irrational, or often considered irrational, for instance, speaking to the dead, or speaking to those who are not there. hegemonic knowledge, academic, distant, abstract, us, and subaltern knowledge, felt, partial, contradictory, rooted knowledge. So there's this tension, on the one hand, in Colombian society, and I think in Latin America at large, between law, the sacralization of the power of the states, and the legitimation of power, and practices such as song and dance, poetry, art, dreams, magic, and religion. Next, please. Okay, so just to give you an example, here's a prayer to the Lord of the verb. A prayer to the Lord of the word. Give me a few words well said, the only weapons capable to oppose the sounds of war, for instance. What we have here, next please, okay, is the problem of how to move forward. Okay, so first step was to understand what they're doing, and so what do we do with this? We promote dialogue. So we brought academics together with museum practitioners from these museums, both in Bogota, and did workshops in the different localities. And then we try to open up the center. Take that knowledge, there's a book on that, but that's another story. It's coming out next year in Spanish, and sorry for the pun. And the phase 2, we have the opening up the center. So bringing those discussions which are being had in the rural areas, or mainly rural, distant areas of Colombia, into the center. Next, please. Which brings us to knowledge and the coloniality of knowledge and our position in it. I'm an archaeologist, as I said, and for me, archaeology is part of the problem, as we just heard in some of the discussion. The extraction, the looting of materials. Here, an example from 1765, to my mind, the first stratigraphic recorded excavation, which is actually a mining operation of a sacred site, a huaca, which is these are the instructions for looting, how to loot a pre-Hispanic site, 1765, by Bishop Baltasar Martínez de Compañón. Next. So we have memories about the destruction of bodies, of sacred spaces, of the mummies that are torn to bits, have been torn to bits, and these are painful memories, such as also the memories of colonialism, of course, which we have here on one of these memory kilts. What we try to do is to bring in the temporal dimension, which is why you had the fossil at the beginning. The idea we were fighting against in linear time. Really, trying to transcend the narrative of linear time to flatten a bit the playing field, as it were. Next, please. Okay, and then just quickly, because I don't have much time, I've got 1 minute 51 left. The question of the main elements, common elements that we have found through common memory museums. One is the tree. There should be another tree there, which I don't know why it isn't. Next, please. Doesn't matter. We've got more trees. One of them, this one is a particularly difficult one because San Juan Nepomuceno, this is where actually a couple of people were hanged and killed by paramilitaries in an incursion. And the painting of that tree and the replication through photographs and different artistic renderings of the tree of life, of course, emphasize the roots. Of course, the importance of the root of the tree rather than what you see, but what you don't see. And that's where we try to build in the pre-Hispanic tombs as well, which have also been looted, and try and bring this together. Next, please. Okay, here we have Rafael Pozo's artwork, because one of the questions was about artwork. Point out that one, that was actually his brother. And these are the collections. These are the collections. This is the kind of art that we have in these museums. Next, please. Just to end up, Beatriz González's work in Bogota was attacked. Well, it wasn't attacked. It was left to neglect, even though a museum was a couple of dozen meters away. It has been restored. Next, please. But what we found is visual art was a very, very important thing. There's an important turning point which has to do with a film club called the Purple Rose of Cairo, which actually defied a curfew imposed by paramilitaries to watch a film in the village. This was the start of a resistance movement through watching films, because you were not allowed, technically, to leave your house to meet anywhere. The paramilitaries had forbidden it. So they started that, and they began making their own movies. Next, please. Okay, and definitely something's funny with the PowerPoint. But anyway, just to fast forward, actually, I think they're doing it to keep us on time. So they managed to get, we played a small part in it, to actually get all these people into Bogota, into the center. And in a way, this is part of the center as well. So I'm very, very happy and thankful to be here. The Colectivo de Comunicaciones took the film festival, which has now had 12 iterations, to the National Museum. Next, please. And managed to make an impact locally. Okay, so what's happening now? Well, memory loss there at that's the National Commission for Historic Memory in the cartoon. It's a bit dated. A peace mailbox, and leave your message of peace here. So everybody needs to participate in the production of peace. That's one of the key exhibits, interactive exhibits of the museum. I suppose you could call it that way. And we have this building of horizontal solidarity networks, as I said, leveling the playing field. Growth without accumulation. The collections are not important. It's about the stories. Remembering emotions are very, very important. These are visual, sounded, sensorial narratives, which are, and one of the common denominators, which is death. Death and the care of death as part of the care for life, the other part. So, as I said, we tried to avoid temporal and spatial scales were one of our sort of, so to speak, enemies. And we tried to experience the global experience of humanness, death, and local experiences. Next, please. Okay, so where do we go from here? Expand the geographical extent, move forward to include many more initiatives that are out there, continue bringing academia and communities closer, empower civil societies, and talk about archives. Because one of the things that is missing, as it were, or not considered important, is keeping this. These memories, at least many of them. It's one thing that it's for now, and it doesn't have to be there forever, or does it? I leave that open and try to end with any luck. Of course, just a few 3 points as conclusions. The perpetual question: who holds what, why, and to what ends? In our opinion, if it can't be answered satisfactorily, well, then we have a problem. If there are no ancestors left, well, my four speakers answer that one, but return knowledge to the public domain so more knowledge may glue to it and may grow. In Latin America, the community museums of memory and curatorship rely heavily on artistic reinterpretation of victim narratives as acts of love. This is very, very important. And it's, as I mentioned at the outset, it's mostly female survivors and sisterly empathizing artists. In this sense, I will not keep the last word for myself. I hope not. I gotta speak this. Oh, darn. Vamos. Beatriz, ¿dónde estás? Beatriz. Here we go. Spotify. Spotify doesn't want to. Anyway, I'll leave it at that and try to play it to you later. Thank you very much for your attention.
So first of all, big thanks to all of you for presenting your interesting projects. You have really touched upon some important challenges for museums. And I would like to invite all the speakers now on stage and have a brief discussion with me. Please come on stage. And can we have different light, please, as well? Yes, please have a seat in order of appearance. That would be nice, so that our technicians know who is speaking.
They were too flattened for some reason.
I have 3 minutes and I took outside.
So yeah, it seems that we have a lot of time for discussion, but it will fly as usual. And I would therefore like to concentrate first on topics that concern all of you, your institutions, practices, or methodologies. And if time is left, I would like to ask some individual questions before then opening up the Q&A to the audience. So if we think of the narrative that is being told when displaying objects within certain contexts, there is immediately the question of perspective and the question of the change of perspective in order to include different voices. Who is speaking and to whom? What methods do you think are best to enable this change of perspective? Who wants to go first? Megan?
Oh, okay. In terms of perspective and who's speaking, I suppose for me, in the case that I spoke about, it was very important. I'm not Indigenous Australian. I'm from New Zealand, so therefore, particularly for the more historical works, I mean, I could read 1 million books and do lots of research, but that kind of interior kind of knowledge and positioning was extremely important. And as I said, to get buy-in also from the community and those communities in Australia. It was called gifted Aboriginal art because there was no one term. And because there's so many different language groups and it covered so many different language groups, there was no one kind of uniform term. In Māori it's much easier, the language is very similar, but so that's why we just gave it gifted, because I wanted to acknowledge this was a gift, and there was a whole strategy behind it which was so interesting. So it wasn't a collection that came in without the support of the community that gifted it in the first place and the agency of that. So the perspective in some ways was already set, I believe, with the particular collection I was working with. As I said, I rediscovered it. It was in the collection, but people had forgotten. And so the perspective for me came from, I ensured that I kind of treated it like I would if it was a Māori exhibition, and worked with people around the project. So the idea of having someone like Brenda come in was extremely important to me personally. And I had to argue for it within the institution because they didn't see it as relevant, actually, which was kind of interesting to me. They said, you know, you as the curator of modern and contemporary Māori and Indigenous art, you should know everything. I said, about everything? I said, the whole thing is, I know enough to know that I actually don't know everything. And that's what I'm trying to teach you people, is I actually don't pretend to know everything about everything. And so for me it was very important. So that perspective, I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you.
I think, yes, you're absolutely right. You're touching upon power, right? The power of speech, the power of institutions that teach, for instance, heritage education, which is a very difficult standpoint to have. I think it should be more evocative. The idea of opening up possibilities for interpretation through evocation of a myriad of possibilities, rather than saying, well, this is the right way to interpret versus this is the wrong way to interpret, to open up the possibilities of different perspectives so dialogue happens, which is partly what you were trying to do as well, by bringing people in, which I think is very important, to have indigenous perspective, male, female, old, young, all different. This enriches the discussion significantly. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I completely agree. For example, in the museum archives, we have some historical photographs from the late 19th century, where there are represented some young students of the Native American boarding schools. Okay. Which is a very tragic chapter of the history of North America, but also the Central and South America. And starting to study and researching about these photographs, we know where they come from. They are from the collection of an Italian anthropologist, Enrico Giglioli. At first, I started to interpret them from a Western point of view. So, like they are these victims, these children, little ones, they are the victims, no? I stressed a lot the first time this point of view. But then, when I started a dialogue with some descendant of these children in the photos, thanks to an American scholar that helped me to have this connection, this descendant started to say, no, please, don't tell just this part of the story. We are existing, we are here, and we would like that. And more of these children also, when they were at the school, they tried to. They tried to find a way to resist, to find a way to be. Like the different waves of self-determination, even in that very painful and horrible situation. So now, for example, in the new exhibition, we will have a section about this chapter of the American history, Native American history, and we will have these different point of views, because, it's not only the one I and my colleagues were thinking about, and this is just one of the many other examples we can have.
Mm-hmm. So one of the methods is to involve communities that are affected by the objects in display. And Francesca, you said a very important word today, and that's trust. How do you manage to build up this trust?
I can tell something about the actual ongoing process. Let's say each communities, each indigenous stakeholders, it's a world. It's something different. So there is not one way. Mm-hmm. You always have to. We need to be open, totally open, and we need to listen to each other, because the most beautiful things I have experienced up to now is this, that when I show that I am open and I have not any preconcetto, like I could say, no? Not prejudice, it's like my idea of this.
Bias.
Like bias, see? They are more interested on. And also, they are interested on it when we say that the museum wants to really put on display and the interpretation of its collection in a new dimension of critical, in the critical heritage studies, no? Critical perspective. They started to trust when you are open, you emphasize, and you are open also to say that you know what's the past of this process.
Yeah, so this self-criticism was also very important for you in Bremen, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think to have the courage to be self-critical is the first step. And talking about trust, I think the institution also has to trust into the communities, have trust that the people we invite to work with us are the experts in their fields. And I think this is very important. It's a trust, not only that they trust in us as an institution, but the institution also has to say, okay, it's okay what you're doing, and we will have a forum, a platform for your ideas and your comments here.
And for us, one thing that was very important is, as I mentioned, our first step was a standard, this kind of setup. We invited people to come. And that was the first measure. But then we went, and we shared food, and we sang together, we danced together. And that was really when things start moving, because you're not in the comfort of your own zone, you're out there. You're there where other rules apply, and when that's a very important second step, and the rest is time. Trust is built over time. It's not an immediate thing. So that's part of the problem with short-term projects, which are 6 month, 1 year projects. It's just 1 year. You need several years. In other contexts, it has taken me 5 years or 6, to be so everybody gets to realize I'm not a fat-sucking pistachio demon. For those of you who are Andeanists out there, so it takes time. So it's time to show that you're honest, and to show that you're willing to take part, to make your life and their life part of a same project. Yeah.
But how do we overcome this project logic? That was your question, because mostly museums get third-party funds for projects, and they are temporarily limited, and after the project is over, what happens? So how can we really try to work in a more sustainable way?
But talking about trust, I think that sometimes it's also helpful to work with groups that especially do not trust you, because they are the groups that work critically. And I think for to work on eye level, it's good to work to be transparent about the institutions gaining at least as much from these collaborations as
probably more.
Probably more, yeah. So, so I think so you have to gain trust. It's kind of sounds sometimes a bit paternalistic, because I think it's good that public institutions are criticized, and that a certain amount of distrust towards institutions that have been violent in the past, that have been inclusionary in the past, and to be honest, are still very exclusionary today, even though we try to make small changes. So I think accepting a certain amount of critique or distrust is also an important part of listening.
Yeah, listening is another big word here. We have to learn how to listen. And that's not always easy, I think. How do you deal with this?
Well, sorry to butt in there, but yes, active deafness is what we encountered. We have a deafness, or institutional deafness towards local voices, which want to be heard. And I think that's where teamwork is really important. So these local museums had managed to have local responses, but it was the work with academics that managed to bring them into, against all odds, to centers, to Cartagena, to Bogotá, and make their voices heard, and move forward, move the peace process forward. So there's active listening, which is what we want to foster, but we have to confront active deafness. And active deafness, sometimes, if people don't want to hear, if they don't want to see, well, then make them smell. And if they can't smell, then make them touch. There's more senses. And we can continue, because we talk about 5 senses. But, if you go to the religious plane, praying. The importance of sung prayer is, and dances, movement. It's incredible what you can achieve by going out on tangents, like not trying, but sometimes, and I wish you luck if you manage to attack somebody who does not want to listen and make that person listen. I want to know how you do it, but it's normally very difficult. So other ways around it are important. For as I said, music and sound for me is the way to get past some of this frontal thinking and get back to the other parts of the brain to actually connect.
Maybe in my experience in curating the colonial collections alongside with my colleague Gaia Del Pino, with whom we co-curating this part of the museum. Our perception was to change in a way the way in which we conceive our role in the museum, in a way not just the curatorial role as a facilitator, the curator as a facilitator of processes. So in a way we switch in a way our posture inside the museum and open up storages and create some safe space for diaspora community, artists and other audiences, in a way to be aware that the institutions are made by people, that people can change institution inside, and collaborating with external experts and audiences, we can change together the institution, and that these boundaries can be the way porous. It's because sometimes the institutions are perceived as power places, colonial places, and in our case it's very it's the case. So I think that listening means to change our posture. So in a way I answered the first questions. So to change our perspective and open up and create with audiences themselves, with communities, these participative settings. So involve the person that can be interested in this process from the beginning of the processes.
And we are using music, dances, so it's, because they are they facilitate a lot.
Oh, absolutely, very powerful. And food.
And food.
It's very important.
Exactly.
These are all activities that create a bond or bonds. Eating together, singing together, dancing together.
We had this initiative, well, actually it wasn't us, it was another parallel project which tried to do this by asking everybody to bring a bit of wood for the fire, to make a common fire. But the museum wouldn't have it because you couldn't start a fire within the museum.
No.
You have to change the rules sometimes.
Rosanna, I like your definition of the curators as facilitators of processes. And but there's also another thing which happens in museums, and you have all spoken about this, is the knowledge production. Who produces knowledge and for whom. So also here, how can we change our way of defining what is knowledge and who produces knowledge?
Well, what is knowledge is a big one. It's a big question, and one of the first things is perhaps not to exclude forms of knowledge. We tend to be very much text-focused and visual-focused. We are open perhaps to music, but poetry and art are forms of expression which also embody and encapsulate knowledges, plural. So accepting that there are different forms of knowledge is perhaps a first big step. Then we can discuss, or if we want to, about how to classify them, if we want to classify them. And that's because that's a very Western thing to do. To classify this knowledge, that knowledge, that knowledge. Just, what is the validity of a dream? What is the validity? For some people, they are just nothing, and for some people, they're very important forms of knowledge, and to interact, for instance, with ancestors. It's not my form of knowledge, but it is. I recognize that it is hugely important, and as such, it should be recognized.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In Museum of Opacities, for example, in the exhibition that we opened last year, we try to create this continued dialogues between works and objects from colonial collection with artistic interventions, mm-hmm. and we try to put these two levels on the same, at the same. At the same level in a way. So we try to create some narrations about all these objects and works in a way that the objects from colonial collection can present a narration with a counter narration from artistic intervention. So in a way, the other knowledge, other research, the artistic research in this case, can help us to balance the stories and the different contested and multiples and sometimes conflictual stories about the colonial past, and in a way all this research that come from artists and activists in a way can enter into the museum in the exhibition with the same the same importance. It's not enough in this just to comments or add something to the objects, but in a way it's a new knowledge that enter with other perspective, other disciplines and other viewpoints on the same topic or objects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, by different knowledges, different perspectives come in, of course. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so one curatorial practice we spoke about is to invite communities. Another one is to invite contemporary artists from the communities or countries of the origins of the objects that are in the museums. What experiences have you made with this curatorial practice, if you have made so far?
Yeah, we in the museum, civilization, we had a lot of these experiences in the last 2 years, especially because in this new process of the museum with the director Andrea Vigliani, who is a contemporary art historian, very sensitive to this dialogue between contemporary artists, indigenous artists, and the collections, and the contemporary communities, indigenous communities. And with our colleague Matteo Lucchetti, who is the curator of the contemporary art and cultures at our museum, we are working together. I say we, meaning the curators of the collections, the Matteo Lucchetti, the curator of contemporary arts, the artists that we are inviting, thanks to some fundings from the contemporary art department of the Ministry of Culture, we have the possibilities to receive the visit and also the artistic residencies of some of these artists that spent like months with us working. We talked about some objects, sensitive or not sensitive. Let's say everything is sensitive in our collection, but some of them are more sensitive. And this was very interesting because it was not only between our contemporary artists, let's say, and us, but also because many times this goes back also to the communities, indigenous communities, because they have contact with their own communities. So there was like this very interesting sharing of thoughts, experience, feelings, and many things came up about the object of the collection. For example, we asked a representative of one of the communities of the Arctic area, what do you think about this object? We were not in presence, but a video call, and he just started to sing. Not a word, just he sang a song. Mm-hmm. And then he explained in a native language, and then he explained us that this was the song his grandmother, used to sing when he was a child about this kind of object. Mm-hmm. So this is something, we don't know how we can use it but it's something that we feel that is important to say when we deal about perspectives and knowledges.
Mm. Can I just say something? I suppose for me, I'm always trying to change the framework in the first place. It's not just about inviting an artist in to respond to the collections. I actually try and change the positioning of the collection within the institution. So the thing that I spoke about in terms of the Punyatula works, they were deemed as ethnographic. And for me, they're paintings, and they tell all sorts of stories. And so for me, the contemporary work that was used in that context was so that they weren't kind of, as I said, locked back into 1976 and to a set of prescribed, this is what Indigenous Australian art work looks like. It's as diverse as it wants to be. So for me, it's not just about, it's more nuanced. It's not just about inviting someone in to respond to a collection. It's more about thinking about the collection and what those works represent. And for me, shifting the boundaries or making those boundaries more porous, as you spoke about. Because the whole thing for Indigenous people is we've been kind of positioned in a particular way, particularly around primitivism, primitive people, put in a position that is really very uncomfortable and is not correct. And so I suppose it's about, I suppose for me, I try and, as you know, I'm an Indigenous person, so the way in which I see the world is perhaps different than a non-Indigenous person in the same position. I work with contemporary art. It's not all, I feel like it's not just about inviting artists in to respond. It's also about understanding what it is that you're working with and how you, the agency that you have within an institution, kind of shift the ground. Mm. And for me, shifting the ground is very, very, very important, because what you open up is possibilities, more possibilities. Mm. And it's not my responsibility to I don't want to just tell someone what to do, if you know what I mean.
I can understand this completely, but on the other hand, I also see, or would like to ask, shouldn't we try to overcome this classification, which always have a problematic side on it? Mostly Western knowledge has learned us to think in categories, and if you think in categories, you have hierarchies. Yeah. And my wish would be that we overcome hierarchies, that we don't think in categories, and that we don't think in ethnographic, art, applied arts. It's all divided in different specialized museums, and but this doesn't necessarily have to be the case. If you look into other cultures, there is no such categorization. Everything is at the same level. But so I can understand why you made this shift of the paintings from ethnographic to the art collection.
Which then opened up space for other contemporary art to then be bought for the collection, because before, how could I justify buying Indigenous Australian art, even though you can buy art from anywhere globally? I couldn't argue within the institution for buying contemporary Indigenous Australian art, because there was no category.
Yes.
They didn't see it as contemporary art, whereas I was arguing it's contemporary art. I should be able to buy that work for the collection. By having the Papunyatula works in there, enabled an open space for this other, for the contemporary work to come in. Because if you have that, then what else do you have? You have Tracy Moffat that takes it out that way. You have Gordon Bennett takes it out a different way, you know, so that you can open the space for the rest of it to come. And I can only do a certain amount, and other people will take it and move it where they're going to. I just feel like those things are important.
I can completely understand.
There is an example, a guy called Nicholas Thomas, who is an ethnologist and anthropologist, really, but very bright man. He did a show with a guy called John Poulet, who's Nuayan artist, and he put his work with Nuayan hiapo, which is like the tapa cloth or hiapo, that primarily the women made, but his work referenced that quite a lot. But instead of, you know, talking about customary and contemporary or historical, he talked about John's work activating something in these more customary works, and them activating something in their work. So he put them in parallel and talked about that, and as I said, shifted the frame. So for me, I love people who make up new frames and new words and shift things so that which opens up different possibilities.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you. Let's have a look at the time. I think we should open up to the audience now. Everybody is hungry for coffee, I think. But we have a microphone somewhere. Who is in charge of it? Julia is. Okay. I see a person here who wants to question.
Yes, that's better.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to comment on the saying of Senora Gianfreda about there is no hierarchy or categorizing in other cultures. I mean, even if we speak about Maori culture, there is categorizing. I mean, you have the categories of a family or a bigger bunch of families where you speak about things. Yes, in type of art there is no categorizing or less, but everywhere is categorizing. Caste system in India, 4,000 years old, categorizing. If you are this or this, that or that. I think categorizing is the oldest thing in humanity, existing for more than 10,000 of years.
Māori culture is completely highly stratified. It was historically highly stratified, and there were definitely hierarchies within it. But I think in terms of knowledge, I think a song is probably as important as a waka, as a, you know, there's you know, things are valued in very different ways, and they can be in multiple ways. Or with Indigenous Australian art, a lot of it, there's a song and a story that sits behind the painting's, almost like the residue of what else has gone on.
Yeah, I think it all roots maybe or stems from the disciplines of knowledge we have created. I mean, if you, you can study art history or you can study ethnography. Yeah, I don't know how to overcome.
Maybe we don't need to overcome at all. The thing is that the dialogue takes place, you know? Because We can have 3 indigenous people arguing about which mountain or which waka or which sacred place is more important. And for me, it's that one, for you, it's that one, and for you, it's that one. And that's fair enough. That's not a problem. What's important is to talk about it. It is the social relations that are built around the objects that that must keep moving. When they stop, when the dialogue stops, knowledge production stops. Knowledge is produced in dialogue. So the question really is how to deploy them strategically without falling into categories which are hierarchical and degrading. To make possible a dialogue in which everybody benefits and nobody needs to win. It's not a win and lose thing. And that's really the privileged space the museum has. That is a privilege the museums and art galleries share. Yeah. And I would hope universities do.
Okay, thank you. You? No?
Sure. Thanks so much to all of you. Maybe before I ask my question, just one idea, because this discussion is so interesting. I think if you're uncomfortable with these categories of art and ethnography, it might also be interesting not to focus the criticism too much on stuff that is taken out of the ethnographic and reimagined as art as you did it, but it's just look at a artwork here and imagine it as an ethnographic piece. This is done way less often, and I think it is way more if you want to challenge these categories, I think this is a really good idea to do it, to apply this perspective that has traditionally been used to imagine an other to the West, to ourselves. My question actually is to you, Francesca, and Rosa Anna. I think it's really interesting that in your institution you have this colonial collection, because oftentimes, it has been the case with this one as well. After political decolonization, these kind of collections have been, destroyed for the very reason that they remind the now, liberated human rights democracies of their origins, right? And I think it's a very great opportunity that you still have the collection. For example, in Berlin, there was also a colonial museum, but it was taken down, and the objects were either made into ethnographic objects and deconnected from this propaganda history, or they were just simply destroyed. What I'm interested in is how does it work inside your institution? Because from what I gathered during your presentation is that these collections are still kept quite separate. That you have the ethnographic collections, and then you have the colonial collections. Even though one could argue that one is a more explicit way of depicting imperial mindset, and the other is a more implicit one. So yeah, I think I'm interested how do you manage to let these different collections work as provocations for each other?
Yes, so it's a very challenging question, because we are thinking and reflecting about this separation, and of course, this collection remained hidden for more than 50 years. Just the expert, the part of the institutional realities can enter and assess them. So when the collection arrived to the museum, we decided to, in a way, to do not merge this collection with the African collection, so from the former Pigurini Museum, because the ethnographic section, because the history of these two institutions were very different, and the collection from African arts and cultural collection, the ethnographic section, was created before the so-called the strictly colonial area, and so we can tell different stories starting from the two parts of this African tool collection in a way. And the second reason was that we need in Italy to stress this part of our history, because it's not so common to talk about Italian colonialism in public sphere. So we wanted to stress the existence of the colonial museum in Rome, and we stressed a lot on the institutional history of this museum, the presence, and then after the presence, the dismantling of this museum and this corpus of the colonial corpus inside different institutions. We try to recreate in a way through networking activities and agreements with different institutions that have these different pieces of this colonial corpus, because we need as an institution like the Museum of Civilization, and I think as a country, to recreate a link with our own past and colonial past. Because if on the academic field there's a lot of awareness studies department that deals with these issues. On the public sphere, the school, the educational institution need to go deeper and show that we had a colonial past and colonial museum and so on. So forth. I don't know if I answered your questions, but we'll see, because in meanwhile we are renovating the African so-called ethnographic collection, and then we have a more space in the next few years to have a more larger exhibition about the colonial museum. So we create some links between the two parts, and so this is a team, of course. This is a part of our reflection, ongoing for reflection. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, next question, I think, yeah.
First of all, thank you very much. Oh, is it on? Okay. For all these beautiful presentations, I very much sympathize, and I learned a lot with that, and I will kind of argue in a similar direction tomorrow. I think many of us here share the approach, the theoretical underpinning of all these projects. Maybe not for the sake of provocation, but maybe for the sake of challenging ourselves intellectually. I would like to push the argument a bit forward and maybe ask, when we invite and when we try to rearrange the dispositive of the museum to enable and facilitate other views on it and these kind of things, what happens when we hear stuff we really don't like? Who is responsible? What is the institutional responsibility if we get contributions? And I'm not speaking from this actually encapsulates communities of origins or not within our own society. I mean, we've been listening to contributions from Germany, from Italy, from Colombia, and from Australia. The former two I know a bit more about than the other two contexts. So I can imagine easily, and this includes Switzerland obviously as well, I can imagine easily contribution I would not like to hear as a person, as a curator. But how do we deal with that? Is this conceptually thorough if we invite and then we say, okay, but that we don't like and that we don't want? If someone comes and says, oh, colonialism was the most brilliant time in history I could think of, so beautiful, great collection, thank you. In a fascist shell, by the way. Beautiful. So where are we going with that? Beyond, and maybe another way to put that is, the underpinning is that our values are not universal. So this is true for our sensitivities as well. So where are we going with that? Thank you.
I'll just say, I think the first thing, only from a New Zealand perspective anyway, is kind of addressing those histories in that past that you were speaking about. So I think the direction that it's going in is first, kind of I mean, it sounds a bit weird saying truth-telling, but kind of acknowledging those histories. I don't think there's anything wrong with museum histories there. I mean, I think they're there. And I think you can shift and change them. It doesn't mean you lose them. And I also think it's about, as I said, acknowledging those histories in the past. Museums in New Zealand went through a radical transformation about late 80s, early 90s, where that one exhibition I did speak about very briefly, Te Māori, went off. They took it off into New York. It was the first exhibition that they had asked Māori communities to be engaged with. They wanted to kind of shift the ground. So when it returned, museum practice was altered. And now you can't do an exhibition, I don't think, without of historical material taonga, what we'd call taonga Māori, without engaging the people that are included in that. I feel like where we're going, if people did things that, I understand what you're saying, if there's one project which is an iwi related project or a tribal project where they come in and they curate their own project based on the taonga or the artworks that sit in there. If they, but I wondered, I'm the same as you, I wondered how far that goes, because if they said something terrible about another tribe, would that be allowed? You know, you know what I mean? It hasn't happened yet, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. I don't have an answer.
I would also like to add something to that, because we are the colleagues from Germany, and at the moment we are going through a movement in Germany where populist voices are gaining more strength, and obviously institutions get approached by things that they don't want to include in their narrative. And I think one of the ways to try and deal with that is to look at who you want to be as an institution. I think you have to really go back and look at, what do we stand for? Do we want to stand for democratic values? Do we want to stand for dignity and all these stuffs? And then you have to put it in writing. So how do you say Hausordnung? That's one of the
house rules.
House rules, yeah. One of the things we worked on. It wasn't our idea. Another museum in Germany that was also funded in the same program started doing that before us. But we reworked our house rules to include that we do not stand for racial discrimination, for ableism, and so on and so on. And we put it into writing so that now we can point at it and say, there's certain things we don't want to accept to happen, to be set within this institution. And I think it's especially now the job of institutions that understand themselves as democratic in a way, or in their core, that we make sure that certain things should not be said in public. They should not be part of discourse, because the discourse is shifting to the right and to the right and to the right, and it's our job to deal with that. Sorry, that was not very eloquent. I hope you understood.
Yeah, we have
Sandra, may I?
Yeah,
yes, very quickly.
Yeah. Okay, one last.
Speaking truth to power is what we're about.
Right.
And truth is a cumulative process. And it's built on what you just said, ethics. And we have codes of ethics for museums, for curators, for archaeologists, and that's part of truth, of our time's truth.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a lot of issues we can talk about during the coffee break, and later on we have 2 more days to meet up. So I would like to thank Eva, Jennifer, Megan, Rosanna, Francesca, and Alexander. Thank you very much for your
Sandra,
Thank you.
Thank you.
They can take these things off, right?
molto devi volare.
Yes, okay.
sagen, was ich denke. Und dann habe ich nachgeschaut, was du schon steht.
Afternoon with guided tours, just picking up on certain issues that came up in the very rich and inspiring panel discussion this afternoon. It is my great pleasure to now introduce the next part of today's conference. It's the lecture performance by Mele Yamomo. He will perform it together with his brother Jay Yamomo, whom I'm also very warmly welcome. I don't know, I can't see him right now, but when we think of cultural heritage, we often think of tangible cultural heritage, and this idea popped up in this afternoon's session too. We think of works, buildings, monuments, physical archives. However, as it was pointed out before, culture is not only manifest in material objects, and history is not only inscribed in things or architecture. Equally important is intangible cultural heritage: music, performance, sound, rituals, festivals, knowledges. It is a field that has gained increasing attention for nearly 20-25 years now. As you know, UNESCO, in 2003, intangible cultural heritage was brought to the fore as cultural heritage. The questions that we raised earlier this afternoon apply in equal measure to intangible cultural heritage. This is the starting point of today's lecture performance. As its center are sound documents and recordings from Southeast Asia in exile, in brackets, and I quote Mele's abstract, from Mele's abstract. So Southeast Asia in exile, in archives in Berlin and Amsterdam. In Mele Yamomo's view, sound archives can be compared to cemeteries of deceased sounds. I think this is a very, very broad and very moving metaphor for what we are going to hear. They are removed from the communities that keep them alive through collective memories. His question is, can we reanimate these sounds and make the stories attached to them stories of injustice, of loss, but also of agency, heard, felt, and relevant for today? With Mele Yamomo, we do not only welcome a renowned scholar, but an artist scholar, an artist researcher, someone who crosses the boundaries between art and academia, searches for new methods in understanding, and who understands art as a way of knowing that helps to engage with, approach, and make heard stories that are far too complex to be told linearly as a text and from a single perspective. Mele Yamomo is an assistant professor of sound and performance studies and artistic research at the University of Amsterdam and author of Sounding Modernities. He is a co-principal investigator of the project Decolonizing Southeast Asia Archives and Sonic Entanglements. He has won the Open Ear Award Composers Prize and is the recipient of the 2020 NOR Early Career Award from the Netherlands Royal Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is a member of the Amsterdam Young Academy and a resident artist at Theater Ballhaus Neuenstraße in Berlin. Welcome, Mele Yomomo. Thank you so much for responding to our invitation and developing this performance. I think we're all very, very curious and excited. And I ask you, please join me to welcome Mele Yomomo. Thank you.
First, I want to do some check. Okay. Great. Katinka, Aneta, thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you for the invitation to share some of the works that my brother and I are doing here at Kunsthaus Zürich. It was also, we've spoken a little bit about this, that I know Katinka as well through your husband, Sandeep Bhagwati, with whom I have collaborated on some artistic projects. And when Aneta approached me last summer, I was in Southeast Asia. And I was also at a turning point about bringing some of my thoughts a little bit further. And so tonight, I'd like to share some thoughts that I have already been formulating for the last 10 years and some preliminary ideas that my brother, and some of the people I'm working with are slowly formulating. So before I proceed, I also want to mention that I am very excited because I think this is one of the few times that since I moved to Europe and I left my brother in the Philippines that we get to work again together. So I'd like to introduce my brother, Jay Yomomo. Would you like to introduce yourself? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jay. I'm the community outreach specialist of sonic entanglements based in the Netherlands, but we are doing community archiving in Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, I'm the managing director of the Inteligente Publishing. Our efforts is partnering with local government units in pioneering the archiving and culture mapping in different places in the Philippines. Thank you.
I'd like to begin by telling a short story. I hope I keep this short because there are a few chapters in this performance lecture about some of the beginnings of the journey. So this is the part where I already know, and some of the parts where I have already formulated thoughts, and I'd like to share some of them with you. This is my book, but I'll come back to it in a bit. I think that it might seem easy that I could align icons with chronology of time about the work that I'm doing. I think this is an illusion. I think that the work that we do is oftentimes a lot of failures, and then we regroup and then reassemble again in the hope that at some point you could look back. I think this is what we do, right? We collect things and put them into icons and say this was history. Oftentimes this is, of course, something that we assemble. This is something that is not fixed. But I would like to at least show a chronology to what I have been doing. Before coming to Europe, actually, I am an artist. I am a composer and a theater maker. And one of the things that I've discovered when I moved to Europe is that there seems to be a distinction between a Hochschule and an Universität, which was something that surprised me. It took me a very long time to understand why is there a distinction with practice and thinking. In 2010, I went to Munich to do my PhD on this topic, and in 2018, it was published. It's titled Sounding Modernities, Theater and Music in Manila and the Asia Pacific. The journey towards this book was preliminarily my interest in opera, in fact. I was fascinated by opera, but part of the reason why I ended up doing PhD is also me realizing 16 years ago when I just first arrived in Europe that this would be a world that would be impossible for me to enter for so many reasons. And so I decided to go to academia instead, where I thought maybe I could use this moment to think about half of the question of why would it have been impossible for me to partake in this thinking of cultural heritage, particularly opera. My hypothesis with this book was very simple when it started. I wanted to go to Southeast Asia and look at what are the operatic practices there and write a PhD about this. Along the way, I encountered several hiccups and perhaps even existential crisis. I realized that when I went to the archives, I keep seeing European opera companies and European artists coming to Southeast Asia, but it seems impossible for me to find the local artists in the archive. So this is when I began to slowly see a few threads in a lot of the things that I was trying to put together at that time. I realized that the archive is a place where there is already a particular history that it wants to tell, and therefore some of the histories that I want to find may not necessarily be there. In particular, I was looking for musicians, and I did not find them in the archive, but I was very persistent. For example, in Singapore, I was there. It's a very expensive city. After 1 week of not finding anything, I decided to shift my strategy. I was mostly looking at the arts and music section, but because I was looking specifically for local artists and musicians, I kept failing. So I decided on the last day, my flight is in the afternoon, so very early in the morning I was in the archive, and I started going to different corridors, alleys, and sections of the archive, particularly fire department, police department, and sanitation department. And that's where I found the musicians and the artists that I was looking for. Because I realized that in the 19th century, my research is 19th century, concert halls and opera houses and theaters are very flammable. There were no electricity back then, so you need candles to light them up. And therefore, every time you want to do a performance, you need to apply for a fire permit. And therefore, if there's a fire permit, then the actors will be included in the fire permit, the artists. And this was the first time that I found the names of the artists that I was looking for. So you have to be strategic, and that's when I realized that I need to think like a colonizer to find the colonized. Because there will always be a way that because the archive, first and foremost, is also a space of control. It's a site of control. And therefore, you need to understand what it is controlling so that you would be able to see people whom it is trying to control and might not include in its system. But ultimately, I think what I realized is in this journey is that some of the musicians that I was looking for, some of them are also migrant musicians. So the National Archive, for example, in the Philippines, I could not find them because I realized that, of course, they will not be there because they left the country. But when I moved to the countries where they have worked, they are not part of that history because they are outsiders of that culture. And so most of them disappear in history. And so my journey was trying to look at how these migrations are happening. Therefore, as I was going through this, I was seeing history in a completely different perspective. I have to trace their movements. So this is generally what this book is about, and you could read about it, so I will not talk too much about it anymore. It was actually after this book that I started it's a postdoctoral project. I received funding from the Dutch Research Council. It's called Sonic Entanglements, because at the tail end of that book, what I realized is that I cannot find the musicians that I'm looking for, because history is most oftentimes, the evidences that leaves us, particularly the archive, is already circumscribed in a particular sensorial system, which is writing. And so therefore, if a certain culture is not a literary culture, it's not a reading and writing culture, then they disappear also in the archive that prioritizes a particular sensorium in this archiving. So it was very organic for me that by the time I finished my PhD, I wanted therefore to look for them, not to look for them, but rather to listen to them. Perhaps one way of finding the people that I am looking for is by looking into the sound archives. So for 5 years, I have been working with different sound archives in Europe. Some of the earliest recordings, particularly when the phonograph was first invented, they were used by many scientists. And so some of the earliest recordings are in repositories in Berlin, in Amsterdam, in Hilversum, in Vienna. And these are the places where I went. Sorry, I need to keep tracking this. Okay. So during this project, I'm just gonna go through this. What I did is I wanted to slowly connect the archive. What I realized with the archive is that when I started this project in 2000, I was already doing this in 2015, 2016, 2017, I got some funding, and I thought, I have money from the Dutch Research Council, so I could send them an email and tell them, I'm doing this research, let me in. Nobody answered my email. So I realized that it's an assumption as well to think that institutions are easily accessible. So I think I was 2 years through my project, I was ready to write a book saying how I was not able to enter the archive. That was my strategy. Luckily, I think there are other things that I did along the way. I will show some of them. Because this allowed me as well to circle back to my own training as an artist. I created artistic projects. I wrote articles already about this. And somehow, in the span of the last 7 years, I think the discourse slowly shifted. And so by the time Humboldt Forum opened and they invited me, I was practically telling them about access, agency, discourse. And they told me, yes, we read your article. So that means the discourse has slowly shifted. So in the meantime, when the door opened, there were a few changes of leadership, the door opened, and the metaphor that I could think of is that when the door opened, I immediately put my foot there to keep it open, and I used my funding to call all my colleagues in Southeast Asia, let's go in. So this is what happened. So with Dutch Research Council funding, we went to different archives and tried to interconnect some of these archival materials that were previously not available to source communities that through this project we could do some of connections and different sub-projects. I'll talk about it in a bit. One thing that I was not thinking in 2016 when I wrote this project is even the ability for repatriation or rematriation, as we now try to call this. But in 2022, some of the conversations, including with Albrecht Wiedmann, I think some of you know him, where we were able to slowly begin the process of rematriating some of these sound collections. Maybe it's a question as well to think, because I think when we think about repatriation, rematriation, we think of material culture, but what about sounds in material cultures? How do we talk about this? And so it opened up one of a project that will be continuing starting next year called Sonic Returns, Repatriating Sounds in Exile. I will speak more again about this in a little bit, but this is what Annette has started off in introducing me. Thank you for this. I'm thinking about the archive as a cemetery. The way that I'm thinking about this is I think of, there's a theory in my book where I propose the concept of a sonus. No? It's very similar to what Hans Belting calls the image. So just to simplify this theoretical concept, sonus is the relationship between body and sound. So as sound interacts with the body, it produces a sonus. So this is my theory. So, but still, what is this sonus? So for example, if I play right now the Swiss national anthem, if you are Swiss, if you have the body of a Swiss, there's a particular sonus that would emerge with that interaction that your body is having that I will not have. But if we play the Philippine national anthem, I might stand up and put my hand on my chest. This is something that we were trained to do from the very young age. So the sonus also is very disciplining. As soon as I hear those combination of notes, my body is already being disciplined that your bodies might not do. So I'm interested in this process in how sound, what sound does to bodies and community of bodies. And so therefore, I also say that sounds die in the archive because they are removed from the bodies that they are supposed to be interacting with. And so the work that we're trying to do is to reconnect the sounds to the communities and bodies that are producing their sonus, their soni, in an attempt to also not just to look at the past, but to imagine futures of these sounds as they connect to the bodies from which they belong. After that, in 2021, I received funding from the European Union, JPICH, Joint Project Initiative for Cultural Heritage. This project, in particular, actually is a corrective to the previous project, Sonic Entanglements, because I realized that so these are the things that I think I was starting to behave like a European academic, where I assumed that all I need to do is go to the archive and I can produce a book. And that was my first, when I finished my PhD, that was a play script that I was ready to play. But I realized that there are few fundamental things that need to change. And that is also part of the reason why I could not even completely accomplish my first postdoctoral project, is because there are fundamental things that need to change. And this, therefore, so if this was Sonic Entanglements and this was this project, it should have come first. Because what we were trying to do is solve issues of access and the transfer of agency so that we could diversify dialogue. Access, because if the cultural heritage materials are inaccessible to the source community, then that means that those who have access are the ones who have the agency to create the discourse. And therefore, the source community who might not have access is never part of the discourse. And this was, I realized, a repetitive part of what I was also experiencing as an academic, as an artist in Europe. So this is one of the ambitions of Decosias. And so we did this with a few things. One of the things is I realized that when I was going through some of the collections, that the metadata are all embedded in European, oftentimes the colonial language. I speak German, I speak Dutch. So I could look for these materials in the Netherlands, in Germany, in Austria. I also, of course, realized that if I did not speak Dutch, I might not be able to find a collection about the Philippines because I would have not known that I should have been looking for Filipina, which is a completely different spelling that maybe a Filipino does not even know. And so there are things that are part of very, very fundamental, but they need to be solved. And so we created Pratinada website. So the website is not a new website. It is an aggregation platform that what it intends to do is it aggregates multiple sites. We have a few partners who have now, we work with CNRS, for example, in France, in the BBC Empire Service, in the United Kingdom, in the Jaap Kunst collection in the Netherlands are some of the ones we've already convinced to be part of this. I cannot show it to you now, but what you could do is that we've translated these into 10 lingua franca in Southeast Asia. So there's in Bahasa Melayu, Bahasa Indonesia, Viet, Thai, Khmer, so that some of these issues that even if you cannot come to the institutions, you could find them using your own language. Because if these collections is about a certain source community, then the source community should be able to find them in their own language. We also organized the Southeast Asia Visiting Fellowship, and this attempt is also very, very simple. We did not want to control what they were researching, but we want to show to some institutions about the fundamental problems of access that might start from getting a passport. If you don't have a passport to enter, to even come to the country, then it is inaccessible. So we wanted to show with the institutions that you have to help us with this process, because this is part of what we need to understand. This is how we solve these things. And so we allowed the fellows to write reports about what their experiences were. So we're not interested what they will produce, because we know they will be brilliant, but we want them to document what were the hindrances that they've experienced, so that these could be really concrete report that institutions could receive in like how to improve things. So I'm going to shift now a little bit. I realized that despite the fact that I've been doing all these academic work, there were things that happened in the archives that I was not sure if writing a book is the way to produce or write or produce knowledge about these experiences. And so I think one of the important aspects as well of my work is that I also began to work again as an artist, or I circled back, but this time I realized that part of the reason, so this was now I'm arriving at that beginning point where I said, why will it be impossible for me to work in opera, or for that matter, theater or classical music scene in Europe, is because these institutions are also archives. It is interested only in performing a particular archive, and my body is not part of that archive. So I realized that together with Ballhaus Naunenstrasse, a post-migrant theater organization, institution in Berlin, part of what we need to do is create new archives of performances, a new repertoire that would allow imaginations new imaginations of the coloniality. And so one of the things that I just want to quickly show, this was a piece that I did before I gained access at the Berlin Phonogram Archive. I created a piece about how I was not able to enter, and Albrecht Wiedmann saw it. And so I think that this also opened up a discourse about what are we doing with sound archives, no? And then this is another piece, Sonus. I was thinking about the concept that I created a piece based on that, and other things. After that, the Senate of Berlin gave us funding to do a festival based on some of the works that I have started to do, and we've premiered a few pieces, including Sandeep Bhagwati's staging of the Vanidvalas sonic exploration, Sound of Misunderstanding. I want to end with this image, and at least with this PowerPoint, in showing this particular scene in Echoing Europe. One thing that the reason why I keep coming back to this image is how I was thinking about my role as an artist and a scholar. At the back, you will see a postcard. This is a postcard of about 1910, depicting a gramophone in the middle, and a sugbuanon on the right, and a uniformed white man on the left. It's not very clear what he is. Is he a soldier, or maybe a soldier who was tasked to do a recording of an indigenous person? And we tried to replicate that image in 2019, 110 years later, on stage, to kind of reflect on the question that I'm asking, that despite the fact that I may have grown in the Philippines, a former context of colony, how am I not, now that I'm based in Europe, how am I not replicating colonial processes? that I extract from my community so that I could get profit as an academic and as an artist, not just economic profit, but cultural or academic or social capital, in Europe. So how have I not become the man on the left to the very culture, to my very own culture? This was a question that animates my mind all the time. Wait, sorry. I want to read something as a conclusion of chapter 1. So through my artistic work, I became interested in finding the agency of the voices in the archive. I began to ask, how can we listen to other sonic imaginations of modernities and the world through the archival voices? How did the recorded subjects, often circumscribed by imperial aspirations, articulate and insist on their agency amidst the colonial technologies and bureaucracies of the archive? Can we hear the constitution of their own subjectivities in the voice traces that they have left behind? In the second half of this presentation, I will speak with researchers, artists, and stakeholders of Southeast Asian cultural heritage. European archives, museums, and heritage institutions often collect objects with the ambition to organize the world through its logic. The act of creation and collection become institutional acts to create a European subjectivity that concurrently describes and objectivizes Europe's other, canonizing these views in the process. Through conversation with Sri Magono, Firul Dharma, and Amabilita Sudarmantu, we listened to how the archive subjects look back and described Europe and the Eurocentric logic. In my conversation with them, we will trace how the voices in the archive constituted subjectivities of themselves, and we will listen to their own world-making. In expanding academic disciplines and research methods to include artistic research in sound and performance studies, we recognize that knowledge is not something that European academics discover in the archive or that they discover in the field. Knowledge is not an exotic land waiting to be discovered so that it can be documented through ethnographies or to be archived. Sound studies teach us that knowledge emerges from listening. Performance studies show us that knowledge arises in the act of dialogue. In 2019, my project Sonic Entanglements gathered scholars of history, anthropology, ethnomusicology, performance studies, media studies, and psychology, as well as archivists, programmers, and sound engineers working on and in Southeast Asian sound histories. For 9 days, the team embarked visiting 4 cities with different sound archives. We visited Amsterdam, Hilversum, Berlin, and Vienna, and we listened to the early 20th century audio recordings from and about Southeast Asia. One of those who took part in this visit is a colleague and friend, Sri Magono, who is joining us today. Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Sri Magono. I am affiliated with the Department of History, Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta. Recently, I'm doing research about phonogram archive kept in the Laut Archive, Humboldt University, Berlin.
So Magono, your grandfather is a dalang, a puppet, theater, and music artist. At a young age, you trained in the Javanese traditional and classical art of wayang. Later on, you decided to follow an academic career and became a historian. This gives you an intimate insight to the two worlds of the performing arts and academic research. This combined knowledge is in fact very common in Java and in Indonesia. Scholarship is always intertwined with art making and music in many cultures in Southeast Asia. It is a good reminder that there are different modes of knowledge making and remembering outside the hermeneutics of European academia. Just like the subject of your research, Raden Mas Jujana. But who is he?
During my research in Laut Archiv University of Humboldt, Berlin, I discovered the recording of Raden Mas Jojana. Raden Mas Jojana was born in Yogyakarta, Central Java. He was king of the royal court of the Sultan Yogyakarta and also the court of the regents of Madiun. Having learned from the earliest age, like every Japanese nobleman, the art of dance and music, Raden Mas Jojana went in 1914 to the Netherlands to attend the High School of Trade in Rotterdam. He quickly and fully involved himself in dancing while perfecting in music, painting, sculpting, and engraving. He became one of the rare Japanese professional dancers in Europe to be able to live from his art and to transmit it. He then embodied what could be called the second wave of introduction of Indonesian art in France and subscribed to the concern of the Western modernity at that time, as opposed to the Japanese behavioral custom of his youth. Driven by imperative needs of self-assertion, of original expression and personal renewal through improvisation, Raden Mas Jojana was in contact with many great artists and intellectuals such as Pablo Casal, Satkine, Isaac Israel, Abel Grace, Jacques Koppel, Peter Brook, Krishnamurti, Philip Stearns, Joseph Kosma, and so on. And he lived in tune with the European cultural movement in this day. He joined the love interest for body expression, which is hallmark of the second half of the 20th century. He and his wife, Raden Ayu Jojana, who is Dutch origin, also got involved in pedagogy and the awakening of youngsters to dance music by favoring their autonomous individual creativity.
Raden Mas Jojana was an interesting figure who brought Javanese modern performing arts in conversation with early 20th century Europe, a Europe engaging with new modes of modern artistic expression. And one could say it is fortuitous that his voice was recorded by Willem Dugan as part of the Berlin Lautarchiv project. The Lautarchiv has a very complex history. The emergence of sound recording technology provoked ambitions to create an encyclopedia of the sounds of the world. The Berlin Lautarchiv is one of these projects. Fueled by the earnest zeal of German linguist Wilhelm Dugan, a collection of 4,500 shellac discs were created. I use the word creation here because in radio interview, Dugan said, Nein, nicht gesammelt, ich habe es geschafft. Raden Mas Jojana was one of the voices that were included in this Prussian Sound Encyclopedia project.
There are 3 pieces of recording of Raden Mas Jojana. The first recording is about the storytelling about the Panji, the story of Panji. I will try to read the lyric. Luru widoro, widarane mateng-mateng, jing dui prabu kono, jing nadai dewi ragil puji, kita dai kemben brojol nyang tape, kita dai tape brojol marang joso. Kita dai jodo brojol nyang kabu. Nimas ragil kuning. Boyo nirah, boyo inten sun pujo dadyo siro. Wong ayu, sopo duwe bojo jonggrang. Jonggrang kajaba
Thank you, Magono. I want to annotate for the audience that what you saw on the upper right side of the screen was Willem Dugan's protocol document and the transcription of the spoken or song text. We will do this whenever we present to you archival materials. But also I sometimes mix the original recording so that you hear what it sounded like. But I also want to show how the sound that I was listening to and I did not understand finally landed when the sound reconnected with Magono's body. This is what I wanted to share with you, this particular experience. So I would like to shortly circle to that moment in Sonic Entanglement's workshop and archival tour in 2019. We visited the Archive in Berlin, and we listened to the recording with the file name LA448-1. The shellac disk was labeled Erzählung in the metadata. I have listened to this recording a few times and wondered if it was mislabeled by the German recordists, who often don't speak the language of the recorded subject. Jujana's lilting voice sounded like he was singing rather than narrating. I asked the archive staff for the transcript and asked Magono if he understood the recording. You followed the text and you sang along to the recording. You would later explain to us that this melodic recitation was part of the 14th century Panji story, which until today is sung accompanying Tari Topeng, a mask dance from Malang, East Java. Perhaps you could share with us the piece again.
The second recording is about a song that telling story about the life in Japanese village during the 19th century. I tried to sing the song. Wajar sitik wayahe tangi puter benggolong nyosauran kalunguk ayam Barung swaraning bab swarum mrak jajaan payung muni Kristonya lir angguka marang santri subuh tatapan sasmitaning mrak santri samyo
I understand the large archive collection also included some of Jujana's original reflections and poetry.
The third recording is the testimony about the city of Berlin. I tried to read the text. Kawula nuwun sajatosipun kula ragi cuwung. Sebab sampun sawatawis dinten kula dereng saged mlancong. Aningali kita menawi kula ingkang mastani kados ageng kita Berlin katimbang kalian Paris. Ananging ramenipun rame Paris. Sejatosipun kula kepingin ing binjang wangsul malih dhateng kita Berlin.
So you explained to me that this testimony expressed Jujana's view of his life as an artist, traveling and living in different cities in Europe. In this reflection, he clearly expressed his fascination for Paris, which he found more beautiful than Berlin. What an interesting piece of opinion to be expressed and to be recorded in posterity in an archive in Berlin. What do you think is the importance of this recording in Indonesian history?
This recording is very important, especially those who are interested in the history of dance and music in Indonesia, in particularly the history of dance and music of Java. And also because this is the only recording that we found about Raden Mas Jojana so far, and his activity during his living in Europe. For Indonesian history, this is also important because Raden Mas Jojana is the one who, for the first time, introduced Indonesian music and dance to the European community in that time.
Once again, my sincerest thanks, Shri Magono. If Magono would permit me, here we can reflect on an understanding of the archive beyond its Greek etymology of government building and public records. Sound and media scholar Jonathan Stern calls sound media resonant tombs, where the voices of the dead reside. In this framework, sound archives resemble cemeteries with deceased sounds. But when objects and living practices are extracted from living bodies and engraved on documentation materials, one could say the sound experienced death. And when these captured living practices are stored in archives of former imperial metropoles in Europe, removed from the communities that keep them alive through collective memory, have they not experienced a second death? In many oral cultures, the archives reside in bodies through what performance scholar Diana Taylor calls performative repertoires. A sound practice is kept alive in the persistent repetition of these repertoires in performing human bodies. In this sense, the sound culture is inscribed in the mediality of the body. And as a repository of cultural repertoire, the body then is also the purveyor of its life. No? So when Margono sang along with the Panji story with loud archive recording, his corporeality and his voice became the medium through which Raden Mas Jojana and the history of this performative repertoire were reanimated. The Loud Archive, which holds the voice of Raden Mas Jojana, is replete with dark episodes in its history. More than 1,000 speech samples and song recordings were made by prisoners of war, POWs, interned in German internment camps during the First World War. One of the biggest POW internment centers was the Half Moon Camp, located in Wunsdorf, in the suburb of Berlin. It was also the site of most of the Prussian phonographic recording activities. During the war, European countries and kingdom states would bring their colonial subjects from territories in Southeast Asia and Africa to deploy as foot soldiers in the war in Europe. The POW camps detained enemy soldiers from a vast range of geographic and cultural origins. So, Wunsdorf being merely 40 kilometers from the German capital, the camp provided an ideal site and conditions for conducting scientific research efficiently and systematically. Included in its collections are the voices of soldiers from Southeast Asia. Luciano Sase, who is from Cambodia, Nguyen Phan Thiep and Nguyen Phan Thao, who are both Vietnamese, and Muhammad bin Haji Abdurrahim of Malay origin. I wrote some articles and produced podcasts about this topic. Last year, Firul Dharma contacted me to talk about my work on the extant voices of Southeast Asians in the colonial archive. He wants to resound their voices in an installation art piece that he was creating for the Singaporean Art Museum. So this next chapter is about Firul Dharma, a multimedia artist who read one of my articles. He was inspired by the discovery of these archival recordings to create a video and sound installation piece. As a Singaporean Malay, he became fascinated by the voice traces of Muhammad bin Haji Abdurrahim. Firul was interested in artistic fabulations in the archive and in historical and future imaginations of the archival remains. We originally discussed the possibility of Firul joining us for this lecture. However, due to an impending deadline of a film that will premiere in December in Singapore, he could not make it today. So therefore, instead, I would share with you some of our conversations and reflections, and he also shared an excerpt of the video, Pathfinder, that we can watch together. The art installation piece, Pathfinder, is based on the recordings of Muhammad bin Haji Abdurrahim. During his European trip, we're talking about Muhammad bin Haji Abdurrahim, during his European trip as part of the British military, he took the name Eric Flower. This is the name that we will find in the archival records. Eric Flower was born in Johor, Malaysia, and was 27 years old when he was recorded on 27 April 1917. As a conscript of British Malaya, he was brought by the British forces to Germany to fight as a foot soldier in the First World War. When he was captured by the Germans, he was detained at the Half Moon Camp a war prison camp for Muslim soldiers. While interned in this war camp, he was chosen to be one of Wilhelm Dugin's subjects to be recorded for his sound encyclopedia project. Like everyone who were recorded by Dugin, Eric Flower was asked to count and recite different quotidian words in his native tongue. All the recorded subjects were also asked to recite a poem. Often, the subjects would recite prominent poetry from their literary canon. Eric Flower, however, decided to record a pantun. Pantun is a Malayic oral poetic form used to express intricate ideas and emotions. It typically consists of 4 lines based on an ABAB rhyming system. Pantun is a 2-part poem, the first part being the prefatory statement that has no immediate logical or narrative connection with the second part. However, they always connect. They are connected by the rhymes and verbal associations, such as puns, repeating sounds. There is also an oblique relationship that at some point the first statement will turn out to be a metaphor to the second statement. Pantun is recited extemporaneously. So now that we know how complex it is to create a pantun, you don't write it. You have to be witty to be able to think about all these things, the system, the rhyming system, and then think of a metaphor that would connect the first thing that you said and then the last one. So this shows a particular intelligence by the rhymers who do this. In this embodied logic, Mohammed bin Haji Abdurrahim, Eric Flowers, described his journey from Singapore to Surabaya and from England to France and then later on to Germany. He embedded a worldview and a poetic reflection of his life in a world caught in a global war. I might be a few slides delayed. So yes, let's go to this and let's listen to the pantun.
Satu karung mendua karung, mari dikirim di negeri Cina. Kapal serentak di tengah karung, jom lalu pula bertanya. Dari Zurich ke Surabaya, sudah memetik kontum dilema. Nasib sudah badan saya, takdir Allah mesti terima. Anak Cina berjual kayu, anak Keling berjual kain. Tangkai bunga yang sudah layu, embun berlitik di desa yang lain.
Fierroul's installation piece, Pathway, was drawn from this pantun. We don't have any photo of Eric Flower. We only have a remnant of this voice. So Fierroul was interested in exploring fabulation as a way to think about who this man was. So Pathway is an installation that involves a short video and multi-channel sound composition that draws and are inspired from these recordings. The artwork also involves a seating plan in the gallery as part of experiencing the work. We cannot have that today, but we can watch a short excerpt of the video. Before playing the video, I also want to share another audio recording of Eric Flower, because he also knows how to play the violin, a very talented man. So we'll listen to it. This music was also incorporated in Fierroul's video installation. So earlier, I have been asking the question, can we engage in decolonial scholarship and aesthetics not as polemics? Can we speak of decoloniality without colonialism as the starting point? Colonial archives without centering European colonial epistemology and building arguments against it. In the previous chapters, we listened to the agencies and subjectivities of Raden Masjojana and Mohammed bin Haji Abdurrahim, or Arik Flower, as their sonic remains are circumscribed by the colonial archives in Europe. In this chapter, we shift to a different register. I will speak with Ama, a young researcher and artist from Indonesia. Her work and practice draw from her own cultural archive in the Javanese Kraton in Yogyakarta. I met Ama during the Decosias workshop in Bali last July. Can you please tell us who you are?
Hi everyone, I am Ama Belita from Indonesia, and I'm a philologist, also a performer, specifically sinden, a Javanese traditional female singer.
Can you tell us what your research is about?
Yeah, my research focus is currently on the performance philology, which is studying the performance context in the old Japanese manuscript writing.
Can you explain what these manuscripts are?
I was working on an old Japanese manuscript titled Tabungan Dalam Serat Pasinden Bedoyo Utawi Srimpi, or Lyrics of the King's Bedoyo or Srimpi Dance. This manuscript contains 21 court dance lyrics.
Can you explain the musical component of these scrolls?
The images and text known as Wetonorengan. In this manuscript, Wetonorengan is such an illustration that can be found on the intro of each dance lyrics. Wetonorengan usually illustrates the story of the text, so it helps the reader to understand the text.
For those who might not know the history and context of these scrolls, can you explain their function for us?
The function of the text on the scrolls is to record past events and become one of historical archives for the court as king demon.
But you also earlier explained that the text written in the scrolls is only one aspect of the recorded materials. As historical materials, they are not just intended to be read, they are supposed to be sung and performed. Can you explain this to us?
Yes, in Java, we have several archiving methods. One of them is written on scrolls or manuscripts, but unfortunately, not all of the community able to read and understand them, since it is written in Javanese script and language. Hence, the poets at that time were writing into a lyrical form that can be used to accompany the court dancers playing with the gamelan ensemble. Additionally, this method were believed to be a dynamic living archives because until now the Kraton still can perform it either for the royal celebration or the tourist package. By doing a performance, this historical text can be reached and enjoyed by many people around the world.
But can you also explain the musical components of these scrolls?
Yes. Since the historical text was written in lyrical form, which is played with gamelan ensemble, obviously the text contains the musical components, either depicted by words or symbols. There is a gong symbol, where the location depends on the song genre structures, and also the sentence that illustrate the performance, such as Awet sinden kendel kenong piko, or the singer can start singing after the third kenong play. Moreover, there is information about song titles that are played along with the rhythms. Additionally, court dances like Bedoyo and Srimpi have other special words in this lyric that represent the gamelan play, including engage, as sign to the gamelan players that the main part of the song will be played, and babu, which means that the players ready to play the main part of the song.
During the Ekasias workshop in Bali, where you were part of, you shared a particular scroll about Sultan Hamengkubuwana VIII's journey to Rotterdam. What are the specific contents of these scrolls? What do they say?
Right. There is one of court dances called Pedoyo Kuong, which illustrates the journey of the 8th king of Kraton Ngayogyakarta Hadiningrat, named Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwana Kaping Wolu, to Netherlands in 1919, accompanied by his son, his brother, his nephew, and 2 servants. The way to Netherlands took over 1 month. Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwana Kaping Wolu stayed in Wides Hotel, Rotterdam. In Rotterdam, he visited the Queen and her husband, Princess Juliana, and Prince Hendrik's mom. Also, Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwana Kaping Wolu went to Mr. Pelevring's house to discuss about his son's study in Netherlands. Unfortunately, he only spent 2 years in Netherlands because his fathers of the 7 kings of Kraton Ngayogyakarta Hadiningrat asked him to return to Yogyakarta to replace his throne as king.
Ama, in your reading of the scroll, what does it say about the relationship of Indonesia, of Java particularly, with the Netherlands?
From my point of view, the relationship was indeed between colonizers and colonized. The colonizers from Netherlands even interfered the throne. They would push the 7th king to give his throne to his son as soon as possible.
So in a way, this scroll is a parallel historiography of the relationship between Indonesia and the Netherlands. Histories are reconstituted every time these scrolls are sung. Such resounding of archived history is made possible by the embodied repertoire of a Javanese sinden like you. The title of this performance lecture dialogue is Tumrap Susadistusiling Gandang Binor Laguning Le Lagon, which roughly translates to English as in harmony with song fused by singing. It refers to how Javanese history as written scrolls are incomplete unless in harmony with the song, fused by singing. Tonight we are here at Kunsthaus Zürich in a conference entitled Sensitive, Problematic, Contested: Challenges and Opportunities in Dealing with Cultural Heritage in Museums. On this occasion, I would like to ask you, as a sinden, if you could indulge us with an invocation, or perhaps a musical corrective of history through your singing of this archive. Thank you. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you so much, Mele and Jay, for this amazing lecture performance, which I think went in all directions. And I think I would like to immediately open up the floor for questions you might have, and I'm sure there are comments and questions. Or
maybe I could put this chair a little bit closer to the audience, and maybe you might also want
we
to...
have microphones in the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe I sit here.
There's a question over there. Okay.
And there's also, they have a mic as well.
Sorry, I think I need to stand. Wow, thank you. I think I just went somewhere else during the last part of your presentation. Amazing. Truly inspiring also. And I couldn't help but thinking, I want to include some of that in my research as well. And I don't know if I can. Maybe it helps if I give just a little bit of context. So I'm researching something in like 16th century Central Africa. So the sources at my disposal could not be more white, so to speak. Because even if I wanted to access oral history, you know, it's been 500 years. So yeah, that's a bit daunting, that's very challenging. And so I love this approach of somehow accessing other kinds of archives, sonic archives. And in my case, you know, I have a lot of art historical sources, paintings, and there's always instruments involved. So if I could find a way of using this, but they're not these recordings, at least not of that time. So I'm sorry that this is a bit of a monologue, but I don't know if there's a way. There's probably also recordings of like 20th century of the same kind of instruments that probably lasted through time. If I could find a way of using this into my research, but maybe now I come to my question, how deep do I have to go into the kind of research you went into to even get anything usable out of it that I could really like use and apply to my research? Or is it something that maybe I don't have access to because it would take too much commitment? I don't know. It's a bit unclear, but maybe I leave it at that.
Yes. I can still use my, yes. Great, thanks. I'll just sit here, and I really also, wonderful. It's a very interesting question. I don't know if I could answer it clearly. I think that I think there's also this thing about historians and anthropologists. I am still, in the end, if we talk about disciplines, I am still a historian because my ontologies is the archive. You know, and in fact, I am a 19th century historian because I cannot access documents if it goes further back. I don't know the writing. There's a particular handwriting system of the 18th century and even backwards that I don't know. I think most historians would understand this. But ultimately, indeed, I think that what I've realized is that I think this is what Annetta we've been talking about. is that part of the questions that I've been asking, I realize I cannot ask myself. There's a limitation to what our bodies can, the technologies that we could acquire. But what I think kept reshaping the project is, as you can see, is that it's never about just my questions, but it is a conversation. And that some of the questions that emerge in some of the things that I'm thinking are something that emerge in the dialogues. And that's why my performance is actually performance dialogue rather than a lecture, because this is to show my method as well. So to come closer to your question, I think, maybe some of the methodological question that you're looking for is also finding how to, I had the privilege of, sorry, I'm postponing again my answer, I had the privilege of a grant that allowed me to assemble a community. And I think that was important to me, that I could have played it differently. I could have received these big grants from the Netherlands, from EU, and then played the professor role of like, I will research this and write a monograph. But I realized that I wanted to follow different tracks of asking questions and to find other methodologies, which led me to collaborative work, to having conversations, and see where my thoughts end and where the ending also of the thought of a colleague, and see where it overlaps. And I think that's, to me, is the most exciting moment of something new coming up for me. And I'm wondering if this indirect answer that I'm giving you now is part of that. That I understand that you're overwhelmed, but that's part of, because of our training to be lone workers, researchers. I mean, we don't have to be.
Is there another? Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, we have unfortunately only one more question, I was told, because of the
time.
Yeah. One or two? Two. Okay.
Hello. If I may, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful performance. So thought-provoking, you left everybody speechless. So congratulations, that work. I'll read your books and all the rest of that. Now I just have a short question, because we were talking about embodied knowledge, the embodiment of knowledge, that knowledge emerges in conversation. Now your point was that by taking the sound away from the body, we have what, at least in the Western tradition, would be called a fetishization of sound, the fetish of the sound. And what you're doing is re-embodying that sound, which I think is absolutely amazing. Well, we saw the effect. Now, would you call that translation? Would you call that reinterpretation? Or is it actually defetishization?
Thank you. To a certain extent, I think it is, to a certain extent, rhetorical question too, right? Yes, I want to respond adjacent to this, and then one thing along, and I want to keep it short so that to accommodate other questions. One thing that just pops up in my head is because, as an artist as well, one of the problems that I experienced as also a contemporary, not just a historian. I work in the 21st century dealing with contemporary music. I participate in Neue Musik, in the art of the now, But what I realize indeed is this fetishization. I go to festivals, like all the new contemporary music are music that are taken from other cultures and then performed as contemporary music. Like, I mean, when I won my award as a composer prize, somebody told me, well, you're not doing something new. John Cage was doing this. And I have to reply by saying, sure, he went to China and took all those sounds and then created contemporary music from that, but completely decontextualized it. And so the difference, I think, that what we're doing now in the 21st century, through hopefully the work that I do, our community that we're doing, is actually looking at contemporary through some of these contexts that were taken away through extraction. And so that is part of what we need to revisit, also not just of the past, but of the contemporary, but also of the future of art, that these connections should happen because this is what is missing in the contemporary. And this affects funding, this affects who gets to do things. So that's one question, that's one answer. But you're right. one of the questions, and my answer to your question would be another question that I have been asking. I circle back to Gayatri Spivak when she said, can the subaltern speak? And I think that was the picture that I also showed with me and across my actor friend Pepe, who was wearing an indigenous wear in the Philippines, and me kind of engaging in this image of extraction, and me asking my question, is my job to translate? Because when Gayatri Spivak's answer in the question, can the subaltern speak, is in fact, in a very philosophical way, no. Because if we can already hear the subaltern, then they have already been colonized. So that means that they are already translating. Because I think this is at the very, very core of the method that I am looking for. Like, how do we work where the work is not about translating it to be legible to hegemonic community? Because maybe the work that we need to do is not for the hegemonic. It doesn't probably even need to be translated because it is for the community. And that's the question. To whom are we doing the work? I think.
Hi, thank you so much for your beautiful, both of you, performance. What I was wondering, you said very vulnerable and honestly, like that you struggle with the question, how do I not replicate colonial processes, when you showed the mimicking of the image of the postcard. And I was wondering, if you would ask your community, what would they say?
That's a good question. Thank you for this. This is, I think, the first step indeed. Like, one of the things that we are doing always is asking the community first. So, for example, with the rematriation of the collection, I'm going to be very, very pragmatic. With the rematriation of the collection, one of the things that we are extremely busy with is really finding answers by consulting the community, because I think a lot of these work that is happening sometimes, and I always call even decoloniality now as an industry. It has become an industry where everybody just wants to do it as something performative, where it is never really about the community that should be benefiting from it, but those who are enacting it, so that they keep gaining more and more cultural capital, right? And so it's a very intricate process, because I think where I am now has been a place where I've been asking these questions for the last 10, 15 years. And the place where I am now, for example, led me also to mistakes. For example, one of the things we're thinking is we cannot repatriate some of these collections to the national government, because the national government is not necessarily has the best interests of indigenous communities, for example. So these are processes where we keep asking, but who do we ask? And it's always the source community. Sometimes before institutions, before state. And so this is one very, very, very specific example where we keep asking this. And some of these things as well meant also approaching, again, other things. My future project, which will happen starting next year, also involves law. I realized that even if we consult with source communities, the action that would create change has no legibility in law. So I think this is what also Aristotle said about tragedy. What is legal is not ethical, and the tragic is that we are caught between wanting to do something ethical, and by doing so, we end up doing something illegal. And this is something that I keep finding myself in, and therefore, how do we also approach it from a legal perspective? So it's this two-way of connecting dots of source communities, but at the same time, people from certain institutions, in say, maybe one way of solving this is doing law. For example, the work that we're doing now with Laut Archive is that they cannot repatriate it, and the ownership, or not ownership, but the not curatorship, but the one who holds the collection. Sorry? The custodianship. Yes, custodianship. Yes. So the custodianship of some of the recordings that we have remains to be the institutions in Berlin. And that is so difficult to solve because we realize that the laws around it is so, where laws are often response to, laws are always late. There's already a practice, and a law will emerge to kind of to address the need of a practice. And in this case, there's already been laws upon laws upon laws addressing this practice that has never considered the needs of the source communities, because this recording is supposed to serve something else. And then, therefore, it became so, what's the word, hermetic, that it's so difficult to solve it from the law, because the law does not see any other reason to change itself. And therefore, some of the solutions is like asking our source community, particularly indigenous communities, who also have other legal systems, and this is an experiment that we're going to try to do next year, that these other legal indigenous law system to make a demand to this hermetic European law or Germanic law, so that the law could respond to something, because within itself it could not change. It needs an external force so that it could consider change. But if we leave it as it is, it will not change. These are processes that we are thinking.
Thank you so much. Thank you also for the...
Unfortunately, I hear you, I see you. I have to conclude this, although it's, it sparked so many important questions, and I just thank everyone for the questions and also for your attention. It's quite late. I take the privilege of having the mic. Just to one more comment, which I found also beautiful, when you said to respond to an archive as actually to create your own archive. And I think this is what we've seen here is one first step of creating this archive of other voices that actualize something. And I think that will continue over the next few days, that it's kind of archive building in response to an archive. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just very quickly, that I will be here for the next 2 days anyway, yes. So I'm happy to address as well some questions.
Exactly. I was just going to say, so you will be there. Thanks. We are very grateful that you stay till the end. And I have now the unfortunate task to bore you with some very few organizational things. I was told I need my glasses, yes. Just not to forget, because these are really important for tomorrow. So tomorrow, as it was said, it's not here at the Kunsthaus, but at Museum Rietberg. Everyone is aware of that, so not here, but at Museum Rietberg. Please take your badge with you, because that gives you access to all the places and all the sites in the museum. The start is at 9 o'clock in the Museum Rietberg at Parkvilla. You will find it. And was there anything? Oh yeah, and we will provide lunch bags, so you will be catered over lunch. I think that's it. Did I forget anything? I hope not. So I very much look, now it's, thank you Kunsthaus for offering something, sort of an apéro. I think everyone is hungry and exhausted now, and so much to think about, and so much more to continue to discuss. So have a lovely evening, and see you tomorrow. Bye. Thank you.